Good morning, folks, and welcome to the Water Topics Overview Committee joint meeting with the State Water Commission. A couple of notices before we begin. Ms. Claire Ness is not going to be able to be with us this morning as planned because of an impromptu family situation that she needs to deal with, so she will not be with us. And so all of our burden goes on Chris Cadramus. So as we proceed with this meeting, I'd appreciate some patience with us as we proceed, because we're not going to be able to move as quickly as we had desired since Ms. Ness is not be able to be with us. Second, of note, the Lieutenant Governor texted me earlier this morning, and he said that wheels up in 15 minutes. And I texted back and I said, well, we'll wait for you. And then I put a bunch of smiley, laughy emojis below that. So he's pretty well knows that we're going to start at 8 o'clock, and he'll get here when he gets here. I also noticed that we have about 3 legislators, I believe, participating over the internet. I will not know how or if they are asking questions, and so that may be some difficulty, but Chris will have to let me know if they're there, because I will not be able to do that. Another item is we have a concern with how to deal with some of the public input that we may receive. So when we take a break, a number of us will go see how many public we have that wish to make comments. I don't know what that is. So we're going to go up, and a number of us will go up and see what's there, so we can try to organize our public comments so we don't listen to a bunch of repeated overview, but yet everybody still gets to make their presentation. So with those notes, let's, Mr. Cadermus, if you'd call the roll, please.
Chairman Schmidt.
Here.
Representatives Bowe. Damshin.
Here.
Gigasberg.
Here.
Howe. Martinson.
Here.
Nelson. Porter. Sanford.
Here.
Zupke.
Here.
Senators Hogue.
Here.
Cruin. Lee. Lewick. Robinson.
Aye.
Scheibel. Sorva. Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
Thank you. And welcome to the State Water Commission members that we have in this joint meeting, and you're part of this meeting just as we are, so please ask questions as you feel necessary. Also, welcome Senator Holmberg to the meeting, and I believe Representative Pollard is here, as well as Senator Wardner are here with us as well. So we've got the leadership is well represented in our water topics meeting there, Lieutenant Governor. So with that, Mr. Anderson, State Water Commission, the podium is yours, sir, to discuss, consideration of minutes.
So moved.
Second. It's been moved and seconded that the minutes be approved. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Motion carried. Okay, now, Mr. Anderson, the podium is yours. Yes, please.
Green button? Oh, it's on. Okay. Thank you, Representative Schmidt. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for the opportunity to be with you today. I'm pleased to be part of the discussion regarding drainage and water law in the state of North Dakota. The goal of everyone involved in this process is to be helpful to the landowner, operator, water resource districts, county commissions, and the state. A clear, consistent, transparent, and predictable way of operating that allows for common sense and will stand the test of time should be the goal of this process and these efforts. I've enjoyed speaking with many interested parties from a wide cross-section of people from across the state. All of these discussions have been in an effort to determine what the concerns are regarding the current way of doing business. There certainly are positives to the current system, but there also are some shortcomings. This has been evident in the concerns that people and groups have expressed regarding current water law. There is a great deal of confusion, frustration, fear, and anger over the current ways things are done. Many of the legislators have received calls and comments recently amplifying these concerns. Currently, there are 2 state statutes that govern water law in the state of North Dakota. They are 6116 and 6121. In many cases, these 2 statutes allow for different considerations and interpretations regarding similar situations. Any effort to look at this system must be done with an open mind. Any recommendations for change have to look at what the intentions of the fix is, but also be aware of other ramifications. Changes have to take into account any unintended consequences that may occur if done incorrectly. One question I have asked many of the parties that I've talked to is, what is currently working? What is working but can be improved? What are other areas of concern? And what is not working for the state and leading to confusion or has significant shortcomings that's leading to these problems? We are now in the process of finalizing the exploratory process. There are a few key interviews that I have remaining to be conducted. My intention and hope is that at the conclusion of this process, all suggestions and concerns will have been addressed. A conversation will then take place between legislatures and our committee to determine if any changes are needed and in what form they should take place. All of these efforts should culminate in more clarity and uniformity regarding water issues in the state. I think everyone desires a system that is fair and equitable to everyone and is easily applied across the state.
Any questions of Mr. Anderson from the committee? If I may give a little background to the legislators that were present. We found that there's been a number of discussions from water boards and landowners regarding conflicting legislation. And while we as legislators weren't hearing about specifics of it in most cases, Commissioner Anderson was. And so there was a time where he and I had some discussions, and we thought that what we needed to do was take all of the water conveyance issues that are there and the conflicting legislation and try to put it into one bill rather than a number of separate bills. So we got together with a meeting with Senator Lewick, Representative Johnson, chairman of the Ag Committees in both the Senate and the House, along with Claire Ness, Mr. Anderson, Dick Johnson, and Ms. Hemmer from the State Water Commission, and we had some discussions. And so we decided that we would lean on Mr. Anderson to bring those issues to the table and then work on legislation and draft legislation before the session started, because we felt if we did wait to the session, it would be very disjointed and difficult to put together. And so since Mr. Anderson has started to kind of lead this effort, we've also been aware of some other individual situations regarding water boards and water conveyance, and we're adding those to this list. There's some discussion that I had day before yesterday with the water users. They believe that the subsurface should be separate from surface. I don't know if that's the case at this point in time, but we're trying to do this all at once, try to get it done comprehensive in one bill if we possibly can. And we're relying on Mr. Anderson to put that together. And the idea is find in legislation those areas that are wrong and then come forward with suggestions to fix it. And then we will work with the two chair of ag committees in the House and the Senate. Senator Louis can respond to that. And then add in any of those other issues that are independent of what we've already discussed, like we had with some other stuff. So that's where we are. Your schedule is to have something by the end of October, I believe, so we could start drafting some legislation. Mr. Anderson, is that correct?
Yeah, my intention is to finish up these interviews, all the feedback, and have a preliminary meeting with Senator Lewick and Representative Johnson, Commissioner Hemmer, Commissioner Johnson, and myself, and Claire Ness. Preliminary go over potential changes, try to identify areas or problems, try to identify things that would strengthen state statute. I'm sure that that conversation will initiate even more questions, so we'll go back and research those, and then come back hopefully in November with the final draft to be in recommendation form to the legislative body.
Okay, and one last thought, if you as legislators are aware of something that's in your district that would fit this, I would certainly recommend get a hold of Mr. Anderson or Senator Lewick or Representative Johnson to get it on the list, if you will. Any further comments? Any further comments? Not? Thank you very kindly, sir.
Thank you.
Let us move on to our next presentation, Mr. Cattermas, regarding Resources Trust Fund.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, if I can turn your attention, we do have physical copies of this here. It's the memo entitled Resources Trust Fund 2017-19, 1921 Biennium Update, LC number 21.9102.06000. This memorandum provides information regarding estimated and actual oil extraction tax revenues deposited in the Resources Trust Fund for the 2017-19 biennium, and an analysis of the Resources Trust Fund for the 2017-19 and 2019-21 biennium. This is a document the committee's seen before. The major changes on this one are that it does reflect OMB's current revenue projections that they provided to the budget section. So you'll see under 2019-21 biennium estimates that the current revenue is estimated to be $293,352,091. This represents actual collections through August 2020, and the Office of Management and Budgets revised for the remainder of biennium. This is $143,887,909 less than what was anticipated at the end of the legislative forecast. And beyond that, Mr. Chairman, that's all I have. The other major change, I guess I could say, would be that as a result of the revenue reduction, we ended up reducing the amount of funds available to the State Water Commission for grants, projects, and project administration. And then I'll stand for any other questions.
Any questions from the committee? Any questions? If not, is there any, I do not know if we have questions from those that are outside the room. Can anybody tell me if there are?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for any of the committee members participating online, they'll just have to unmute themselves, identify themselves, and then ask their question.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any further questions regarding? With that, before we get into Heidi, I want to mention briefly our tour yesterday that we had. And I sincerely thank the Diversion Authority and Joel Paulson and Mayor Dardis and Mayor Mahoney for conducting that tour. It was quite something to see the construction that's being taken care of. And I'd really like to run that crane that they were using at that one site. I think that'd be a real kick to do that. But In any event, thank you so much for that tour. Appreciate it. So with that, let's move on to our next agenda item. Ms. DeLorme, a little presentation regarding where you are right now with your commission budget. And we've had a lot of discussion over the last 3 or 4 months with the allocation of funds and the amount of existing funds and carryover released funds and current year released funds. And it's been a very difficult job, ma'am, and I know that we didn't make your job a whole lot easier. But it's important for us to know, along with the State Commission, where we are with our funding. So with that, ma'am, the podium is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Schmidt and members of the committee and guests. Heidi DeLorme, Director of Administration for the State Water Commission. I'll be going through the budget reports and the project summary reports through July 31st, and this is attached to the agenda. I don't know if anybody needed a paper copy of my presentation.
I believe there are a few that do. Just as we're waiting here real quick, I cannot get my iPad to connect to the internet, nor can the Lieutenant Governor, so I don't know what the problem is there, but for some reason we can't get connected. Of course, some say we're not connected very well anyway, but settings.
How are you?
Huh? She'll be a smart. Yeah. Okay, please proceed, Ms. Monroe.
Thank you. So first I will give an update on the 1921 Resource Trust Fund revenue and oil extraction tax deposits total $188.3 million through September. First page of my PowerPoint shows the original revenue projection of $433 million. And then the next line shows the revised revenue forecast for this biennium of $293.4 million. This is down almost $140 million or 32% from the original forecast amount. The next line shows other revenue in addition to the Resource Trust Fund revenue that we received for the biennium of $18.6 million. This includes capital repayments, interest payments, and payments from cities, counties, and other political subs. Our total projected revenue for this biennium is almost $312 million. Expenses for the biennium and obligations that have been approved total $227.6 million, which leaves projected revenue for new approvals of $84.4 million for the rest of the biennium. And Minot has de-obligated $33 million of the $82.5 million appropriated to them this biennium, which is included in this calculation. And just looking ahead, the current revenue forecast for the 21-23 biennium is $269 million. This page also shows turn back funds committed of $7.8 million, which is on the right, broken out by the 4 buckets. And we are looking into using these funds for other projects. The next page shows projects need.
Excuse me, Heidi, if I may. As we're aware, at the last Water Topics Committee meeting we had, we went through the major projects. And those projects said there's an amount of money that they would not need at this time and that was about $139 million. And then there's $5 million in the flood control bucket that we had in there for quote unquote an emergency flood scenario in case the State Water Commission needed those extra dollars to use. So that would have brought the total of about $144 million that we could have put off. I'm not saying did away with, but put off to the next biennium. Is that number figured anywhere? I mean, you mentioned Minot said that they could do without 32 million at this point in time. Did you calculate in those other $100 and some million of projects that they said they could get by without using? Is that figure in here at all, or is that not? Whereabouts did you enter that, or did you not enter that?
Chairman Schmidt and committee members, that is included in the calculation. And so that's when we show the, so we have the projected revenue, and so that is taken into account when we show the 84.4 million that's still available to use. So we have taken those amounts into account.
All right, thank you.
So the next page shows project needs not yet approved. So you have Fargo flood control in red, and they have intent language and an appropriation of 66.5 million for the biennium. The FM diversion has submitted a request for 44 million that will be on the agenda for the October 8th State Water Commission meeting. New cost share requests not yet approved total 31.4 million, and that's the total of the two amounts in green. There's 22.4 million in the teal that are cost share requests submitted, and then 9 million for WAS that's in the lime green. So these have been tabled until the October State Water Commission meeting. The Red River Valley Water Supply has up to 13 million and 30 million in intent language, and they had indicated a need of 23 million for this biennium. They have submitted a request for 16.4 million, which is in orange. And they did indicate at our last meeting that their immediate need is around 5.2 million. So this will also be discussed at the October meeting. And they have met the requirements to receive state funding as required by Section 14 of Senate Bill 2020 and have been certified by the state engineer, the State Water Commission, and the budget section. Southwest Pipeline's anticipated needs for the biennium are 13.5 million, which is in blue, but they have not submitted a request for this biennium. So these all total 105.3 million, and the revised revenue projection will give us 84.4 million in projected future deposits through the end of the biennium. And we also have the 7.8 million in turn back funds that I had discussed earlier. NAS does have a $75 million line of credit that can be used to support their needs for the biennium, including the Biota water treatment plant. This is included in our appropriation as one-time funding item in Senate Bill 2020. The needs for NAS will continue into future biennium, and we will be including a request for the line of credit to continue into the 21-23 biennium. The next pages are the project summary reports through July 31st. The first page of these reports shows a bar chart summarizing project commitments, legislative intent, expenditures, uncommitted amounts, and total appropriated. The totals appropriated are the amounts in red, and they're the total of carryover and new funds. And these amounts are based on the original revenue forecast of 433 million and the appropriations by bucket. The page following the bar chart shows the project summary spreadsheets detailing the committed and uncommitted funds from the Resource Trust Fund through July 31st, and they correspond with the previous bar chart. The first project summary sheet shows approved projects totaling 462.4 million, which includes carryover and 1921 funding that has been approved by the State Water Commission. A balance of 239.8 had remained available to commit to projects in this biennium, but that was based on our original projections. So this amount is lower based on the new revenue forecast, which is, as I said, about 140 million under our original projection. The second report shows expenditures of almost 132.8 million and 329.6 million remaining unpaid. The last two pages are tables showing project funding obligated for the 1921 biennium. They show the anticipated funding listed by each of the categories of funding identified in the appropriation bill or the buckets. And that concludes my report. I can answer any questions anyone may have or try to.
With respect to the Northwest Area Water Supply, and I've asked for John Pekowski to make a more in-depth presentation regarding that. But there was some clarification that we needed to provide to the State Water Commission with regards to the line of credit. And so I want to inform the rest of the board or the rest of the committee as to how that happened. Is during the presentation from the state engineer to the appropriations, there was discussion that the Bureau of Reclamation would be reimbursing the state for the construction of a water treatment plant in Max. And at that time, the dollar figure that the state engineer gave us for that was $75 million. So we agreed and we said we will put together the line of credit with the Bank of North Dakota for the $75 million with the total intent that that would be reimbursed by the Bureau of Reclamation. We then utilized what we believed were forecasted dollars to cover other costs of Northwest area water supply with regards to a reservoir in Lansford and other piping. So the line of credit was developed entirely and solely for the construction of that water treatment plant in Max. Well, what came forward then is that from the Office of State Engineers that the whole total $75 million was not going to be needed, that it was going to be in the neighborhood of $20 million, I believe. So there was an effort on outside of us from other interested groups to utilize the balance of that line of credit to fund other parts. So we had to clarify that no, the line of credit was strictly to be used for that treatment plant and to be reimbursed by the Bureau of Reclamation. So any dollars beyond what is needed for that plant will not be utilized through the line of credit for other parts of it. That's how that ended in the legislation. And so we made that clarification to utilize those funds only for that in a letter to the State Water Commission and to obviously the governor as chair. So that's a little bit of background with respect to that. And when Mr. Pekowski gets up and talks about the rest of the NOS, there's some other things regarding that. So, and I believe that's the way you're functioning, is that that line of credit is strictly for that upfront money reimbursed, correct?
That's correct.
Senator Sorbog.
Oh, okay. Mr. Chairman, Heidi, just so I get this clear, the major project needs that need improvement is 105 million, and there's 88 available for that. Am I reading that correct? That's a question to you, Heidi.
Chairman Schmidt and Senator Sorbach, that is correct. The 105.3 includes everything, which, like I said, is also Southwest Pipeline, but they have not come forward. So that 13.5 is, I'm not sure what we will get a request for that. So, but that is correct. 105.3 are the total major projects that we have not approved yet that we can use that 84.4 million towards.
But that's not considering any other smaller projects either that might need approval yet either. So the needs and the ask could be quite a bit more than this yet for your meeting. Or if you could clarify that.
Chairman Schmidt and Senator Sorbach and committee members, actually the 22.4 million, those are cost share requests that we had at our June, July, and August meetings that were tabled. So they include quite a few requests from the different buckets. So there are, I have the list, I think, in my bag that I could show you if you'd like to see.
I think, so the 105 pretty much, excluding Southwest, is the ask that you're going to look at that meeting now,
Correct.
with the 88 million projected.
Chairman Schmidt, Senator Sorbach, and committee members, that's correct. But like I said, 13.5 for Southwest Pipeline, they have not submitted that. So really it's less that we have 90 some million in requests.
Okay, one other thing, Heidi, if I may, for clarification for committee members, is the carryover released funds. There was some concern of how those funds may be utilized. And what we had done in previous session is we said that any released dollars can be immediately put back into the bucket from which they came and then immediately allocated according to the State Water Commission deemed appropriate. There were some concerns that the carryover dollars that were released by projects because they didn't need them could only be used for carryover projects. And we had to clarify that. And we said, no, those carryover release dollars can be used for current projects only within the bucket for which they were released. Now, if there's a bucket with released funds that can be utilized in another bucket, the permission to do that had to be given by the budget section, requested and given by the budget section. So we believe that we've got that issue resolved, and the State Water Commission can then take a look at those released funds in those buckets and then reallocate those as you deem appropriate. So Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Heidi, back to the line of credit on the NAS treatment plant. It's my understanding that that line of credit is only in effect for this biennium, and the need may continue into the next biennium. You did briefly mention something in your budget. Can you submit that extension in your budget, or would that take legislative action aside of that to continue that line of credit into the next biennium?
Chairman Schmidt, Representative Nelson, and committee members, the 75 million line of credit that we have is through the end of the biennium, so June 30th, 2021. To continue it, yes, we would need to get it into our appropriation bill for 21-23. And so we will be including that amount. If it's something that needed to be continued before session past June 30th of 2021, it would take legislative action to do that. But we should be okay with what we have for this biennium and what the needs for the Biota water treatment plant. We should be able to cover that this biennium. So including it in the next biennium's appropriation bill, we should be okay with that as long, if that gets approved.
Okay, I appreciate that, because I think it's important that we continue that process to get that that treatment plant up and running as fast as possible, and I'm sure the chairman will keep his eye on that issue.
Well, as we all know, Representative Nelson, those folks have been waiting for over 16 years for water, and now we've got the okay to get it to them. Well, we need to get that water to them as quickly as we possibly can. And if they only need to use 20 million this biennium, we will certainly do everything we can to extend the line of credit to get that plant built. And then also we need to figure out how we're going to fund the rest of it based on what our projected revenues would be for 21-23. It's an important project, folks. We need to get that one done. Commissioner Hemmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to circle back to a comment that you made earlier about the 139.5 million of kind of voluntarily uncommitted funds from the different projects. And I was hoping, Heidi, you can kind of balance out the fact that our revenue projections are only 140 million less now based on the new OMB projections, and how we have 139 voluntarily kind of removed from and that's a combination of reducing legislative intent for items that have not been formally requested yet, as well as projects that have been approved that say they can take less for this biennium or get by. So I just want to make sure I understand why you say there's only 84 million available. There's 105 on requests, when really we should have no problem doing all of the requests, because we are only 140 million less. Nobody's asking for more than they said they would in that 139.5. So where is the difference, and why do we have a disconnect there?
Chairman Schmidt, Commissioner Hemmer, and committee members and commissioners, I think part of it is that 105.3 includes the 13.5 for Southwest Pipeline, and that hasn't been requested and may not be requested. So really we're talking 92 million in total requests. So I think that kind of clarifies part of it.
Mr. Chairman, I just think we'll probably have to look at this in more detail. Maybe we're not going to solve it today in this discussion, but I think for all of us looking at that kind of bigger picture of it, if we're down 140 million and we have voluntarily had people reduce their requests by 139 million, we really shouldn't be very far off. We should be able to approve all the requests for this biennium at those new requested numbers. So that should add up some point, and if it's not adding up, we're going to have to research why.
Chairman Schmidt, Commissioner Hammer, and committee members, I can provide additional detail before our meeting, but I think we're pretty close when we take into account that 13.5 million and then Red River Valley Water Supply's amount that was kind of reduced. So I can get you additional detail before our October 8th meeting.
Another comment for clarification for some of us is the criteria that Red River Valley Water Supply met. State Water Commission agreed that criteria was met, came to the budget section. As you know, we approved that. What that did is it released the total $13 million from previous and the $30 million. So it released $43 million to the project, even though at this point in time we don't have $43 million for that project. And their request is considerably less than that. But our approval released the entire 43, not just what they were requesting for this biennium. And I wanted to make that clear. Okay, with that, are there any other comments or questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Please proceed.
I'm wondering, just curious to know why there was such a gap in the actual need for money in the estimated line of credit that was gotten from the Bank of North Dakota. One was 75 million and the actual cost was 20 or 25.
That is correct, Representative. The reason we put 75 in there, Representative, is because at that time, that is what the state engineer recommended that they could utilize and needed. And so, and that was all going to be reimbursed by Bureau of Reclamation. But since that time, Representative, well, Bureau of Reclamation has indicated that it will not be the 75, but they can only use 20.
You know why there, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, do you know why there was that difference?
I have no idea as to why there was the difference, Representative. Mr. Pekowski, acting state engineer, is going to make a presentation further into the project, and we can certainly ask the question then because it's worth asking.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions for Mr. Lorme? Any other questions?
Representative Schmidt, if I may.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not necessarily for Heidi, but when we talk, at times the commission struggles with intent. And I would appreciate some guidance on exactly what intent means.
We'll go back to the request that was made of Water Topics as to how do we proceed in allocating the dollars you've appropriated given the conditions we were in. And the recommendation by the Water Topics, and we voted on that recommendation, and I believe it was Senator Sorvog that made the motion. I can't remember who made it. I'm going to blame you anyway, but the motion is to fund those projects that you believe are critical. And we didn't identify an amount to be funded. So our intent was not to stop total funding of projects, but try to find one that's critical, small amount at this point in time, and move forward with that. But we did not indicate any dollar amount. We did not indicate the definition of critical. We were leaving that flexibility to the State Water Commission. And so in the definition of intent, I believe that would lie in what would be the definition of critical. Obviously, something that's critical in one bucket may not have the same definition of critical in another bucket. If you refer to a small community that's got a water system that's in dire need and could freeze this winter, that is, to me, is a critical scenario for a water supply for community. That may not be the same criteria for critical in a flood control project, obviously. I mean, imminent threat to loss of life and property, to me, is a critical scenario. Quite frankly, my thoughts is looking at, I mean, how would you define water supply? Would you define that Red River Valley Water Supply Project as a critical versus a small rural water system that's got folks that are in dire need of water at this point in time? So we did not define that. We left that to the flexibility of the State Water Commission to do. And I believe that was the right thing to do for us to leave that with you. That's not to say that we might, in the process of defining the budget in the House, try to define what critical is for each one of those criteria, each one of those buckets, and base our allocation on that, or our appropriation. So I hope that gives you some guidance as to your question. And I look for input from my colleagues if there's any further thoughts for that. Any further thoughts? Representative Nelson? Representative Nelson? Okay. Okay. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you kindly, ma'am. And we'll move on to our next presentation. Richard Johnson, Vice Chair of the State Water Commission. Are you there, Richard?
I am. Good morning.
Good morning, sir, and the floor is yours.
Well, thank you. Actually, my presentation is probably going to be a little bit shorter than anticipated because we talked about a lot of the issues that I had on my schedule to talk about. But just to update the members a little bit on some of the things that the Water Commission has been up to. One of the things, we've had a couple subcommittee meetings that have been interesting and were important. We did spend a lot of time on the strategic governance and finance study. And basically what that is a study of comparing the Southwest project to other districts throughout the state, looking to see if maybe that's the right model. Is it the wrong model? Is it something we should be emulating throughout the state? Because certainly a state-owned system is much different than these local water districts. So we did do a study here, commissioned a study, I'm going to say probably a year and a half, 2 years ago, with Apex, I believe, was the firm that did it, and it was really deficient. We didn't feel it met the needs and the mission of the study what we wanted. So renewed that, and we spent, I believe, a couple of weeks ago, we interviewed 3 different firms who had submitted a proposal, and I believe we allocated about 2 hours for each one of those entities to speak to us. So we did that. We're in the process of finishing our evaluations and getting them into the office, and then at our October meeting, we will award that. The intent is to award that to the successful offerer. They were very interesting. We had 3 good firms, I think, to take a look at, and we did a lot of questioning and got some good information from them. So hopefully we'll get a better product at the end of this, and there's going to be more communication during the development of that study. So that was something that we spent a lot of time on. Also, as you had mentioned, Mr. Chairman, that we did approve the criteria for the Red River Valley water supply. Staff recommended that we pass that. We did. It went on to the budget section, and they followed suit and passed that. Criteria was all sufficient and met all the requirements of Senate Bill 2020. So we finished up with that. Now the money becomes available, and we will discuss that at our October meeting. I'm sure the commissioners know and the board members know that we haven't approved any projects since, I believe it was our April meeting was the last time we've approved any projects. We had a couple small ones that had to be done, but they were relatively small because they were critical. But basically, we have not approved any projects at any meeting since then. And it's been tough decisions. When you don't have money and you have needs out there, it gets to be very tough. And even looking at into their crystal ball for our water development plan for the 21-23 biennium, we've got about 269 million in needs, representing, I believe there's about 315 projects across the state. Let me back that up. There's 668 million in needs, which is about 315 projects. And we only have, according to the new OMB projections, we only have 269 million to work with. So that is going to create a challenge for us. Again, we talked about how we would handle that at a subcommittee meeting, and we were given some options to consider, and basically we ended up supporting, we've developed a prioritization guidance policy, and then we have now with the EA, economic analysis, and the LCCA, the life cycle cost analysis, we feel we come up with some pretty good objective criteria to act on when we prioritize how we're going to spend the limited funds that we do have. Certainly those tools that we use aren't perfect, but they sure help us in making good informed decisions. So there's a lot more asked than we have money. One thing we're facing that we're seeing over and over across the state is aging infrastructure. That's glued pipe, that type of thing is causing a lot of problems for a lot of these rural districts. And they have to be addressed. Regionalization, some of these rural districts, they weren't adequate for supply, and they have to upgrade their systems to be able to provide regionalization water supply to other communities. In the long term, it's going to be a good investment, but to get there, it's going to cost some money. One thing I think we're finding out, and we brought this up, and I think Pat Fridgen will talk on it later on today, but we do have some concern about our cost share. We did a study, the staff did a study, and they looked at, I believe it was 10 and 20 years out. And our current cost share is just not sustainable. And it's probably going to have to be looked at because it's a very generous cost share. And I know it's important to the districts and to municipalities, but we're not going to be able to maintain that, as we can see this coming session already, that there's going to be problems with that. Now, if the legislature decided that bonding these big projects would be an option, that would certainly help significantly. And I don't know, that's well beyond our pay grade as commissioners, but it's something I think that should be in the overall consideration for the upcoming session. But a cost share for sure, we can handle that. And I think Pat will be talking on that. So that's something we need to take a real serious look at, is our cost share. Our other items that, like as far as prioritization, that may have to be tweaked a bit. One of the commissioners has some issues with that, and I think we'll take just a look at that again. The LCCA and the EA has been very helpful in helping us, approve projects and take a look at their cost-benefit ratios, and that's been a real good tool for us. Basically, Heidi and Chris have talked a lot about the budget, and that I was going to touch on, so I don't think we have to cover over that territory again. I would sure be happy to answer any questions any of the members may have. We're really in interesting times, and we have followed the guidance that the Water Topics gave us at the last meeting, not the deficit spend. And that was the intent, and we followed that guidance. And so far we're waiting for October, because we think we can do some good in October and get some of these projects done, because that's what we like to do as projects. So I'll sit, I guess, to answer any questions anyone may have. Are
there any questions from the committee? If not, Commissioner Johnson, I've got a couple of points, if I may. As you mentioned, our life cycle cost analysis and our benefit cost analysis for water conveyance projects. Been in a local meeting, if you will, sir, with some landowners regarding a drainage project in a given county. And we discussed with them the benefits. And there seems to be some real discussion, and of course, Commissioner Anderson is dealing with this in his effort with respect to identifying benefits and the amount paid and voting on these issues. Part of that discussion dealt with the cost analysis. And it was their concern, and I've heard this from others, that that process is being fudged, if you will, for a lack of a better term right at the moment. And that some of the numbers may or may not be appropriate. That, and then previously, along with that, it was our economist made comments about, I'm not an engineer, I can't tell if some of these are embellishment features of a project or if they're actually needed. And so I believe that you have on staff with the Office of State Engineer at this time a planning engineer to help the economist, do you not? You're on mute, Dick, you're on mute. You're on mute, Dick. I can imagine our legislative session going this way. There's a lot we'd like to put on mute in the beginning. Is there any way we can get a hold of him to tell him we're not listening to him?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes? Are you there?
John Piskowski.
Okay, John, go ahead. Oh, good morning, John. Go ahead.
Good morning. Yes, just to speak to your question, sir. We have, in fact, hired an engineer who will be working in planning, dealing with cost share projects. So we do have somebody on staff, I think, that fits the bill that you were just talking about.
And I think that's good, because what I'm hearing from the local folks is that that third set of eyes, that's a neutral set of eyes, is needed to review those engineering plans to make sure that we're not embellishing project features and are in fact needed. So thank you for getting that position going, sir, and working it into the process. I think it's critical for some of the small communities that can't afford that type of assistance that it is provided. The second thing that with respect to Commissioner Johnson is also for members of the committee that are not aware. At a budget section previously, it was brought forth with an audit with the Bank of North Dakota that there was a program that the Bank of North Dakota had. It had to do with community water facilities. And Senator Lee and I discussed that we weren't really aware of that program that was there. And it's a loan program. And it started in 1981, and the initial purpose of that program was to be utilized to match rural development dollars for some infrastructure projects. That program was to be capped at $25 million. What was in that loan as we speak is about $35.9 million, of which $20 million, I believe, has been released on loans. The interest rate is 3%, and over the last 3 years, that program has not been used. So we did a little bit of discussion with that. I contacted the Bank of North Dakota, Kelvin Hewlett, talked with Mark Wax for Rural Development, worked with Chris Kadermas, and we found that the Bank of North Dakota and Rural Development said, you know, it's not providing what we need. We don't need to use that for match any longer. And so what we're proceeding to do is take that $35.9 million, and Chris is working on legislation to convert that from the program in the Bank of North Dakota to add it to the Resources Trust Fund's revolving loan fund, where we've got about $25 million now. So hopefully we can pass that legislation, move that money over, and we would have about $62 million then in the revolving loan fund for the Resources Trust. I believe as much dollars as that we can put into that revolving loan fund will help sustain in the future. And so my goal is to increase that dollar figure. But hopefully we can pass that legislation, move those dollars over so that they can be usable for local entities as a match, since it's a loan process. So do you have any comments with regard to that, Mr. Johnson? I believe we've probably lost Dick Johnson. Can't. All right, let us move on. Thanks, Dick, for your presentation. I appreciate it. And Representative Nelson.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question to Mr. Pekowski regarding the position that the engineering position that was just established. John, is that position, would that be redundant from a project standpoint with a local sponsor that has acquired the services of an engineering firm? Is this a redundant position, or as far as reviewing another engineering estimate, or is this a replacement for that? Because I'm rather concerned about, in times like we're experiencing, the cost of engineering in projects. And if we can streamline that process somewhat for local sponsors and the state of North Dakota, I think it would be to our advantage, personally. I know the argument on both sides, but I think it's reaching ridiculous, the engineering costs that we're experiencing with projects. And I'm wondering if this helps that argument as far as streamlining it, or is it making it more redundant?
John, if I may, because that discussion occurred before John took the position that he has. So if I may, John, answer from our perspective, and then get contribution from you as to where it is now. What the intent, Representative Nelson, was at the time when the Economist was working with some of these small rural communities, a rural water system, et cetera, that didn't have engineering firms. And they were making application to the State Water Commission. There was some concern about embellishment of project features, and the local entities didn't have the expertise in order to evaluate that. And the economist, Dr. Poole, who was on staff, had some concern with that as well. And because of those situations that we found in some small rural communities, we felt that the third set of eyes as a reviewer, not necessarily a planning engineer, but a reviewing engineer to make sure those applications were as good as they could be, and that the life cycle cost analysis was included in that. And so that's when we started with the idea we need that planning engineer, that's third set of eyes, neutralized, to take a look at those projects. So that was the intent. And John, I would look to you to finish that kind of statement with regards to how is that working?
Sure, Mr. Chairman and Representative Nelson. Yes, you're right. These engineering positions are not meant to replace the consultant engineers out there. I don't think we can legally compete with the private industry and so forth, but it is another set of eyes. In fact, this position adds to yet we now have, given where we're at with the cost share program and the way things have changed, up until the hiring of this position, we had the same number of people doing cost share now as we did 16 years ago when I took over regulatory and cost share was there, and our budget at that time was $25 million for cost share. And so we had a need for additional folks to help with that program as it has grown. And this individual happens to be an engineer, as is Jeffrey Mattern. And we have, in numerous instances, even before hiring this individual, Jeffrey and Dr. Poole had gone out and worked with communities, as Chairman Schmidt alluded to. And this is another person to help with the cost share program, provide that other set of eyes to look at projects and help facilitate our cost share program, which has grown tremendously over the years.
Mr. Chairman, I think that meets my definition of my intent of streamlining services. I'm comfortable with that.
Thank you. And I agree with the engineering costs. As I sit on the Morton County Water Resource District with a project that we just approved recently, the engineering costs were phenomenal compared to the cost of the project. That continues to be a concern, and when I questioned the engineering firm that did that, the response I got was, well, the legislation that you've put forward and some of the policies require an in-depth, and that's why the costs are high. That was the response I got. So I think we continue. Senator Sorvog and I started that discussion about 6 years ago with the engineering firms of our concern about engineering costs for some of these small projects. Senator Sorvog.
Yeah, and I think to expand on that, Mr. Chairman, the whole idea wasn't who you trust or not, but we're accountable for public funds at the end of the day. And the idea was especially the small communities. I mean, we all know the community we're sitting in here has plenty of professional staff. They can look over their backs. But it was to help those smaller groups, and it was trying to get consistency because things were all over the place, and I think they still are. But it's just to bring in that accountability. If we're going to spend public dollars, then people need to be accountable, and most of these small communities, they've got part-time people, most of them forced to be on the commissions, the councils, or whatever, because no one else, and it's to provide that opportunity. If they choose and want state dollars, that there's a professional set of eyes that can advise them in the process. And I think that was our intent 6 years ago as we worked towards this.
With that, any other comments regarding that?
Mr. Chairman, this is Dick. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Go.
No, I'm just back. I don't know. My computer or something, internet connection, something failed me, but I'm back. If there's any questions.
If you'd pay your bill, you probably wouldn't have that problem.
Well, that's true too, but I'll talk to my wife about that. She handles that. So.
Okay, let us move on. Oh,
Good to go.
Commissioner Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, just one comment. You spoke about the benefits to the systems as they apply to the engineering costs and everything. And our intention with the EA and life cycle cost analysis, these are specific tools that are being used by the Water Commission right now to help form better decisions. The addition of the new engineers just to review some of the parameters that these projects come in on to help make those decisions also using these tools. The common theme with all the expenses is that one person or one set of people pay for it. It's the taxpayers, whether it's through the special assessments on these projects or taxes throughout the state. So the intention of the EA isn't to add any expense. It's already information that should be within the parameters of the engineer or the local systems, the water boards or the municipalities. They have the most control at that level. And hopefully, and like you said, they're not all created equally, but hopefully they're vetting the numbers to better return to their patrons. And we're just trying to use these tools to help ensure that that's what, and reaffirm that's what's taking place.
I agree. With that, we'll move on to our next presenter, Mr. Paulson. The podium is yours, sir.
I looked down, the chairman took off, so. Chairman, members of the committee, Lieutenant Governor, Water Commission staff, thank you very much for coming to Fargo. And I know a number of you had an opportunity to come on the tour yesterday. We were fortunate enough to see the wonderful construction occurring at the inlet control site and the wild rice control site. It's pretty amazing how much progress we've made already this summer. And welcome to Fargo, of course. I know there's also a number of committee members that weren't able to attend. We did provide a virtual tour, so I hope those individuals had an opportunity to go through that and get up to speed on where we're at. I'll touch on some of the construction here, but mainly I wanted to focus on our accomplishments over the last biennium and where we're moving to in this next biennium. So we had a number of pretty significant accomplishments this last biennium. We have construction underway at the diversion inlet and the control structure, also at the Wild Rice River control structure. The Corps of Engineers also plans a number of additional projects to be bid out this winter and to start next summer. Mainly the I-29 grade raise project that will move south of over the southern embankment, south of the Fargo-Moorhead community. We also, the city of Fargo also made significant progress on the Plan B modifications for the in-town flood protection. That is near complete. I think we toured a number of those locations yesterday, and Mr. Borboom with the city of Fargo did a very good job of explaining the status of the in-town flood protection. We also have had a very robust lands program. We have a push to acquire all of the lands for the channel construction, which is anticipated to begin next year. 2/3 of that land has been acquired to date, and we're in negotiations for that last third at the moment. I'll get into that in a second. We also have re-engaged the 3 development teams that will be asked to construct a diversion channel and the bridges and associated elements. All 3 of those teams are moving forward right now with their technical proposals as we move through some of their innovative designs and proposals. And we do hope to acquire that P3 contractor early next year. We've also finalized the EPA WIFIA loan application, and this is something I talked to this committee about previously. We completed the loan application and we are moving to close on that loan. We haven't settled on the final date, but EPA has indicated end of October, November time period. And that is a $565 million low interest federal loan that will allow us to move forward with the P3 construction. We also had the mitigation plan approved by the Office of the State Engineer, and that was a legislative requirement for funding. And that is contained on our project website. If anybody wishes to dig into that document, plethora of mitigation programs there contained for landowners in impacted parcels, and really kind of formalizes those programs and as we begin to implement them. We just recently also had another milestone achievement. FEMA has approved our conditional letter of map revision. And that basically gives us assurance that FEMA will recognize the floodplain after this project has been implemented. For those of you who weren't able to attend the tour yesterday, this picture was taken a few weeks ago. It already looks very much different out there. This is the inlet and control structure. Active construction on a daily basis is occurring out there. And having some significant vertical construction at the moment. And this is a picture of the Wild Rice River control structure. All of this excavation took place this summer. What you're looking at is actually where the river channel will enter the Wild Rice River control structure when it's complete. And so the river will be rerouted through that structure. It's currently being built in the dry. I also want to note we have a virtual construction tour contained on our website. You can find it there. I think there are also links on the Water Topics Committee legislative page. This really provides a good overview of how the project operates. I did do an explanation at the tour yesterday, but those who were not able to attend and still have questions of how the project operates, this would be a great resource to be able to use. And I won't show it now because it's a little lengthy. I wanted to save time for questions at the end. So. I will show the conditional map revision video here. This was a milestone accomplishment for us in working with FEMA to get this approved. So as you noted there, this is
Today we're at the diversion inlet structure.
Sorry.
This project is part of the
was not intending to show that video. Apologize. As you can see, though, this is FEMA's approval for the National Flood Insurance Program of the project as we move forward, and gives us certainty in our mitigation boundaries, so we can now begin with certainty discussing impacts with upstream landowners. And this has been something that has kind of been in the background and been discussed for a long time. Without that certainty, it was very difficult for us to define the impacts to those properties. Now we have that certainty, and we have begun to reach out to landowners and political jurisdictions impacted by the project. And this is just a visual of what the floodplain currently looks like and what it will look like after the project is implemented. And this is the FEMA Clomar map that was approved. And as you can see, without the project, we have 11,000 homes that would be contained within the 100-year floodplain. After the project, those 11,000 homes are removed. The estimated annual flood insurance payment for those 11,000 homes is $3,000 to $5,000. And that's a function of how deep they are in the floodplain, where they're located in the floodplain. So the savings is approximately 30 to 50 million just in flood insurance payments alone with this change. So I'll get a little bit into the funding here. You know, this is nothing new. This is the same information that I provided at the last committee meeting. We have over $1 billion in local contributions through the sales tax that Cass County has and the city of Fargo. Those dollars are used to pay for financing costs, in-town flood protection, P3 milestone payments, lands, and mitigation. The state of North Dakota is our partner in this with a significant intense share of $870 million. Those dollars go through P3 milestone payments, in-town flood protection, lands, and mitigation. And then we also have our federal partners at a $750 million mark in 2015 dollars. Those dollars do escalate, estimated to be over $900 million at a year of expenditure as they build their projects. And you can see a list of their projects located there. State of Minnesota is also in this for $86 million. We've expended $7 million to date. We did request $40 million at their last legislative session. Unfortunately, the state did not pass a bonding bill, and so no projects were funded through that bonding bill, but we do intend to go back this next legislative session with that same $40 million request. So at the federal funding, which is a very important part, and again, just for the committee's reference, these federal funds are being used to build the dam and the control structures. As I mentioned before, the $750 million in 2015 dollars escalated to over $900 million at time of completion. I've laid out here our past appropriations to the project. As you can see, they continue to escalate. Our next request will be for $225 million. And so we're actively working with our federal delegation to lobby for that appropriation. As you can see, though, $198 million to date has gone into the program. Those are the funds currently supporting the inlet construction and the wild rice construction. As I mentioned before, our lands program is also moving into high gear. We do need to acquire all of the land for the channel component prior to executing the agreement with the P3 developer. And so we're 2/3 of the way through that. As I mentioned, you can see a majority of the properties that we continue to negotiate on are directly west of West Fargo and the city of Horace. Most of those negotiations are revolving around differences in valuation on the property. And so it really comes down to, does the property have development potential, or is it being appraised as ag property? And so we continue to move through those. As you can see, we have a large outstanding appraisal number of close to 50 million. And we also have a large carryover, as this committee can recall. As we negotiate these land purchases, we need to have those carryover dollars. So when we do reach agreements, we have the funding to be able to cover those property acquisitions. So I think you can take a look at the outstanding appraisal number that we currently have as justification for a large part of our legislative carryover dollars that we have sitting with the state at the moment.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Howe.
Joel, could you go through that land acquisition process for us, the timeline of when the first conversation takes place to through purchase or even stuff that's in negotiation, how long that's been going on?
Yeah, absolutely, Representative Howe. So we've been in negotiation with many of these property owners for over 2 years. So the initial contact begins. We notify them that the necessity for the use of or the acquisition of the property for the project element. We then negotiate with that property owner to determine the extent of what that would be. What we find is a majority of the times the property owners would prefer to sell blocks of their parcel instead of us taking just the minimum of what we need. So we have been purchasing some lands more than what we have needed, and we do intend to use those for either land swaps in the future with property owners that would prefer to relocate some of their farm operations, or we will divest those properties at a given time and free up that capital that went into those remnant parcels. After we've determined the extents of what the property acquisition would be, we get an appraisal on the property, and we submit that appraisal to the property owner. At that point, the property owner has the option of accepting that appraisal and dealing with the Cass County Joint Water Resource District on any sort of increase in valuation, or they also have the ability to go out and get their own appraisal. And then once their appraisal comes in, both of those appraisals are considered in the valuation of the property before the Cass County Joint Water Resource Board. And what we're finding really is our primary issue is those valuations are significantly far apart, and it has to do with the potential to develop the development potential on that property and when that would occur. And so we're working through those, obviously, but we do have the necessity to acquire those parcels prior to the execution of the P3 agreement. And at that point, we turn over all the lands for the channel to the P3 developer, and they are contained under their control at that point. So I could get into more detailed specifics, but I hope that was a general recap that would answer that question.
No, I appreciate that. It's a very long process. It's an emotional process for a lot of people. But yeah, it's years long in the making, and I know you're reaching a stalemate with quite a few properties here that are left to acquire. And I think you said earlier, fall was kind of your deadline. Now with the state of the world, what is your timeline now for acquiring the remaining parcels?
So our schedule, which is on the next slide, and I'll get into in more detail, has changed. So our schedule would be to acquire these by early spring of 2021. So I would say by the March-April time period is when we intend to close and execute the agreement with the P3 developer. And that would be the time that we would need to have the ability to turn over that land to that developer. And I would agree 100%, Representative Howe, this is the most difficult part of this project, is dealing with the emotions and everything that comes along with a property acquisition of this nature. I would note we've taken action and have approval to move forward with the quick take process on about 20 parcels at the moment. We've been able to negotiate a settlement on a number of those. And really there's only about 6 right now that we're moving forward with. So we continue to actively negotiate with the landowners through the difficult legal process that both parties are put into. But our intent is to find agreement on valuation prior to any court proceedings, obviously. So.
If I may, Senator, Representative Porter is on from the public side on the internet, and so he's not able to connect, but he's texting me a question. And so if I may ask that question, then I'll refer to Senator Sorvog. Representative Porter's question is a concern about buying excess land. And then also his second part of that is, what is the process to get rid of that excess land?
Great question, Representative Porter. So that excess land has always been intended to be sold back to the market. Many of those parcels, if not all of them, have the right of first refusal from the initial property owner to purchase that property back if they so chose. Otherwise, the policy of the diversion board would be to have land auction for those properties and divest them when the time is right. We're approaching that time. I think we have certainty in the right-of-way extents for the diversion channel itself. And so as we plat the diversion channel, we're going to know with certainty what those remnant parcels are, and we are going to be able to start to divest those.
With that, Senator Sorvog.
That really answered my question, because earlier you had said the contractor really gets rights to that, but it'll only be the channel property, excess property. Doesn't have to wait till the end of the P3 contract, and you pretty much answered my question.
That's correct,
Because as we know,
Senator Sorvog.
besides the landers, if they don't want it first refusal, there's other ideas there for parcels. So it will go on a market.
That's correct.
Senator Lee.
Mr. Chairman and Joel, how many parcels have gone to the county for approval for quick take?
Just over 20.
Is that the number you mentioned before?
That's correct.
20 was that number? Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, it's Bob Martinson. I just have a couple of quick questions, please.
Certainly, go ahead.
Number one's kind of a question and a comment, but I don't see how you not include future development value when you appraise the land. And number two, you said earlier that you said the intent share is $875 million. Could you just expand on that a little bit, please?
Yes, certainly. And so as far as the development question is concerned, there's some ambiguity there. Obviously, I'm not an appraiser, but if there's no water, sewer, if there's only minimum maintenance roads to a parcel, and the parcel's not contained within the growth plan for a metropolitan community, it gets difficult to assess what the value of the development potential is of that property and when that would occur. I think we could all agree that if the project wasn't constructed, potentially at some point that the cities would expand into those areas. When that would occur is of course anyone's guess and anyone's crystal ball. So we really rely on our appraisers to review the assumptions when they're doing their appraisals. We've been using a number of different firms throughout the years, and they've been very, I think, fair with the appraisals, as evidence of acquiring over 2/3 of these parcels through a consensus-based negotiation and approval process. So, but there are dynamics, obviously, as you can see on this land acquisition map, where the channel is closest to the community. We are certainly taking into account development potential on properties that do have utilities and are contained within certain growth areas. And we have been paying those higher valuations for those properties. But there's quite a few here that are very nuanced in their approach, and each property is unique in its own right. But I'll let you know that's really what we're struggling with right now is it's the valuation, but it hasn't necessarily been the process. The process has been adhered to, and we don't take that very lightly. The other question with the intent of the 870, obviously this committee knows, we've expended a significant amount of state dollars on the project to date. The 750 million is the intent, but we hope to go to the 870 in intent with the next legislative session. Mr. Martinson, I'll get into that a little bit more as we get into specific North Dakota state funding requests in the next few slides, if that's okay.
Mr. Chairman, can I just jump in there for one more second?
Certainly.
I don't remember that it was our intent last session to increase that. So that might not be a good assumption on your part. And then secondly, when you talk about future development, how far out are you looking? To some people that want to pass that down to children or whatever, 10, 15 years out, maybe 20 years out. We have a lot of developers in around our area, maybe it's different there, that they don't have the water, the sewer, whatever. But the way things are growing here, so I guess the question is, how far out are you looking as far as future development? Thank you.
Good question, and I don't know the answer to what our appraisers are considering. I think if a property were not to be contained within a growth plan anywhere, and there's no water, sewer, or any improved roads to a site, I don't think it's being taken into account as far as growth potential. However, as I mentioned, there's a number of these that are. And a number of these that we've already found negotiated deals on as well. I just wanted to illustrate that those properties that are currently in negotiation, there's significant value differences to the tune of 4 times what the diversion appraisal came in at. And so as in an effort to being good stewards of taxpayer dollars, it really is a balancing act to come to agreement on these. As I mentioned before, we've had very few potential court actions here, and the Cass County Joint Water Resource Board has done a tremendous job in dealing with a lot of these difficult issues and finding compromise and resolution on the property acquisition.
If I may, I don't know how many appraisal processes there are out there, but I do know the federal government's got one. And since the federal government is involved in this process, do you have to use the federal appraisal process, or are you able to use another one? And if so, what is the one you're using?
Great question, Chairman. We do follow the we follow the federal requirements for appraisal process. Those are also audited by the Corps of Engineers property team members. They don't audit every single one, but they take handfuls because of the quantity here. But our audits have always come back clean as far as the process has been concerned. There has never been any issues with following the federal requirements.
Okay, please carry on.
Thank you. So Representative Howe, I had asked the question of when we intend to have the properties acquired for the channel components. Here's an updated schedule for the committee. We've had a number of challenges over the last 6 to 8 months. Obviously, COVID has impacted the project from a schedule perspective. And it hasn't really been on the diversion authority side. It's been with the P3 development teams. Their inability to meet in person and bring their teams together has ended up requiring them to ask for additional time from the diversion authority. Our intent is to maintain the 3 developers until final bids in order to get the best comparison on costs for the diversion channel. And so we have worked with the development teams to adjust the proposal and the selection process, as you can see here, and it has resulted in about a 90-day delay. Now, there's also some other considerations here. Our legal issues with the contested case hearing in Minnesota. We did have a slight delay there. We have now closed that public hearing, and the administrative law judge has 90 days to make a determination on her recommendation to the DNR, Minnesota State DNR. Then the DNR also has an additional 60 days to make a determination on the Minnesota permit. And until we get certainty on that Minnesota permit, we can't move forward with the injunction relief request at the federal level in order to execute the P3 agreement. So there have been some legal challenges that have pushed the schedule as well, and so we have attempted to adjust this schedule to accommodate the legal and the request from the P3 developers. Now, there's also one other item I'd like to just discuss as well. This extra time has given us the ability to apply for some additional federal low-interest tax-exempt loans that could be used by the development teams as their equity components to the project. And those are private activity bonds through the federal Department of Transportation. And that has the ability to significantly reduce the financing costs of the P3 developers for the equity that they bring to the table and save the project some significant dollars.
Joel, if I may.
Yes, sir.
The original schedule was, you've got 92 million, give or take, that's there. You're going to be asking for 44.5 to the State Water Commission here in the near future. And on October 25th, your bids were to be opened. So when we started the session, we knew exactly how many dollars, or as much as we could know, dollars that you were going to need. Okay, now based on the schedule that you have there, obviously you're not going to be opening up your bids on the 25th of October. So you still got your 92 plus your 44.5. So we're probably going to go into session and you're going to start with the budget in the House. You will not have those bid packages open. You will not know exactly what it is that you're in need. So how are we going to proceed? What is your recommendation to us with your consideration of the fact that you're probably not going to open these bids till after crossover? So we're going to be sitting in the House looking at your proposal, not knowing what is in those P3 bids. What is your recommendation?
That's correct, Mr. Chair. That does present a challenge. Our number one goal here is to execute this P3 agreement. There's so many significant cost savings to this project by doing this as a split delivery P3 project. So the ability to obtain those bids is far and foremost one of our primary objectives here and one of our primary goals. Unfortunately, given circumstances and challenges, the schedule is what it is. And almost all of this was out of the control of the diversion authority. But I think, we have tried to express what our needs are going to be for financing. We fully understand the challenge this puts the House in by not having the certainty of the P3 bids. However, I think we can provide some level of certainty on costs outside of the P3 that we'll need and that we can expand in the next biennium. And so perhaps that's a starting point for discussions, and if we are able to escalate the bids, or if we're able to get them after crossover, we'll have to work through the Senate on what that certainty is that comes in when we do receive those bids.
Because my concern is that if it's so late in the process, and our session is, as we all know, 80 days, the longer it takes you to do that, the more difficult it is going to be.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you're well aware of that, but let's put it on the table that that's the case.
Yeah.
And we can't wait to the very last moment when we're in conference committee to all of a sudden have a change in your numbers.
Mr.
That's not going to
Chairman.
work for us.
Right.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative or Senator Holmberg.
Piggybacking on what you're talking about, of course, the bill will start in the House. You will have hearings, and you will get all the data that you have that's available then. but that is the last opportunity you will have for hearings and asking questions, because once we go to conference committee, you will just have no opportunity for those presentations. So what I envision happening, and the Senate will do its job, don't worry about that. I mean, we will do our job, but we're going to be starting over again and won't have an advantage of the House mucking things up or making them perfect. I mean, you just never know that. So we will be starting over again, and you will not have an opportunity to present in a hearing fashion with questions and answers to the House members. You will be sitting in a room watching 6 people putting together in a conference committee this huge project. And, I understand the legal and the COVID thing, but that unintended consequence that the chairman has certainly pointed out is you are going to be relying on the Senate to put together that proposal without the benefit of hearings and input from the House. And it's not a warning, it's just a reality.
Yes, thank you, Senator, for that. And you're absolutely correct, and we understand that position and that unintended consequence. I would like to note, though, the ability for us to access our low-interest financing through the federal EPA and the federal government does allow us some flexibility in getting this thing off the ground and getting construction moving. So obviously, this committee knows there is a gap in our funding right now. We're estimating it at 120 million, and that was what we would, we would intend to be at somewhere around there. But until we get those final numbers through the bid, we won't know exactly what that gap is until the Senate has until we're in the Senate discussions. So, unfortunately, as you mentioned, it is what it is at this moment. We believe we have the flexibility to move forward with construction, despite what happens with the North Dakota legislature. Obviously, the more financing we take up front, the more increased costs that were unanticipated as the program that would be included. And so the most advantageous thing would be to use state dollars first, but we do have the flexibility of the WIFIA loan at our disposal once that's closed. So that's going to be a pretty big milestone for us. Hopefully, as I mentioned, in October or November, coming up very soon. So.
Mr. Chairman?
Senator Sorvog.
Joe, and I know this has been talked about in the past, but just to refresh, because earlier you said, they're working on their designs, their proposals. And I think that what is the variables they're looking at? My understanding, they have to construct a channel that carries X amount of water, X amount of times. And they're allowed the ability to adjust the project, how it's designed to make. So run at the variables. I mean, obviously, because I'm still get confused why it's taking so long in this day and age to come up with these numbers. I mean, there's financing, but is it the design? Is that what's holding it up? They're looking at different design, or what is the variables each of them are looking at? That's taking forever.
That's a good question, and thank you, Senator Sorvog. So I'll attempt to answer this without getting too much in the weeds, and you let me know if you want more information. So the P3 process really was put on hold during the injunction, and we kicked off the process about a year ago and started it back up. Some of the teams had team member changes, so they had to replace some because they were delayed. They weren't doing anything for 2 years. When we started the procurement process back up, we are following a schedule that mirrors what our initial schedule was as far as engaging the teams and getting bid numbers, up until we had the influence of COVID on the team members, and the team members were requesting some additional time. But as we talk about the variables, it's legal, it's financial, and it's technical. And so you have to imagine these consortiums in coming to agreement on a 30-year deal for design, build, operation, and maintenance. there's a number of legal questions that need to be answered. And so we've had spent quite some time with the legal teams, with these P3 developers, in coming to agreement on liability, insurance issues, all sorts of other legal concerns. Once those legal concerns once we get over that hurdle with the development teams, we move into the technical phase, and that's where we're currently at right now, where we're going through their innovative conceptual designs, and we're working with the state agencies, federal agencies, to determine if they're acceptable. And that process takes some time to go back and forth with our technical staff and the developer's technical staff. And keep in mind, we're working with 3 development teams that are very large, made up of many different businesses and companies that operate on a worldwide scale. And then the third part is the financial component. And obviously, we've seen some disruptions in the financial markets due to COVID. We've seen a lot of different significant changes. For example, if a developer would have come up with some numbers on just their cost of fuel for the project prior to oil prices plummeting, it would be significantly off right now. So as things change and current events change, the finance discussions change as well. And so those processes take time. The WIFIA process has also taken some time. We have to work through due diligence. We have to provide EPA with all of our financials, all of our legal and policy resolutions, and they really work through the project with a fine-tooth comb. To ensure, obviously, that the project can sustain a debt repayment of $565 million. And so we're still working through that due diligence policy, and we expect to close on that loan. So there's a number of factors that influence and impact the schedule on this, and it's a complex matter. Obviously, the legal and litigation has set us back some as well. We intended to have the contested case hearing, completed by the end of July. We're just completing it right now, and so there's some level of judicial aspects that are outside of our control. And if somebody can tell me how to speed up a judge's decision-making process, I would greatly appreciate it. But so I hope that maybe expressed some level of detail on the schedule pressures that we've been under, which have led to our current schedule that we've laid out here today.
Joel, we've just got a few moments left before we take a break, but we can go into the break. Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Joel, yesterday when we finished the in-town tour, Nathan had mentioned that I think there were 5 areas within the city itself, from the Belmont area, I think on the south, down by the water plant area where there was a couple buyouts still needed, up to the farthest north on County 20, just north of County 20, that development up there where some buyouts and lift station and diking needed to be done. Then there was 3 in the middle somewhere. I'm not sure where they are, but if those 5 are finished, does that conclude the work of the interior of Fargo in terms of the diversion aside, that kind of diking and buyouts that would protect the city of Fargo up to the 37? And do you have an estimate of the cost to finish those 5 areas, if that is the concluding areas within Fargo?
Yes, thank you, Senator Lee. That would complete most of the levees and flood walls necessary for the 37 feet. However, we still have a number of pump stations that need either a redundant pump added or they need to be retrofitted. And those will occur, over time as we get to them. They're not as high a priority as the levees and flood walls because the current pumping stations do operate, but a lot of them are old, outdated, maybe not at sufficient capacity, but something that would still allow us to operate during an emergency flood fight type of a situation. So they're not as big of a concern as having the permanent levees and flood walls included. We do have $30 million included in the budget for next year, in-town budget. And I actually talked with Nathan yesterday. He believes all of those projects will move forward next year. Some of those are contingent upon the few property acquisitions that they still have. But the city of Fargo has been done a real good job of finding, negotiating offers and acquiring property for their in-town portion. So there still will be some work to do over the course of the 6 to 7 years that we're constructing the diversion channel and the southern embankment. But a lion's share of the permanent flood protection in town will be complete within the next year or two.
So you mentioned 30 million. Would that 30 million be able to allow you to conclude that string of 5 areas that are necessary?
That's correct. That's correct.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Joe, referring back to slide 7, that flood map that was just mentioned, I'm trying to understand that area to the west around the diversion channel that's in dark blue. Is that currently in the floodplain?
That's correct.
All that. So there would be, after the project is completed, there's no new area that would be required to have flood insurance. Is that correct?
That's correct. And in fact, there's a little benefit to the west of the diversion channel. You can see there just along I-94 where the channel crosses. But that area of the floodplain is not impacted by the project. We intentionally have placed the impacts of the project upstream in the upstream mitigation area. And that's where you can see the transfer of that floodplain area to that upstream mitigation area.
So, Mr. Chairman and Joe, and it's difficult for somebody with old eyes to distinguish between light blue and dark blue on that map, but that upstream area it looks like it's concentrated south of the area that we visited yesterday. Is that correct?
That's correct. And so as the water stages there, when it gets to a certain elevation or the river stage 37, the gates in the inlet control structure will open and allow that area to start draining into the diversion channel. It's also, we keep the gates open at the wild rice control structure and the Red River control structure. They're really just used to meter the amount of water that gets through those structures. To keep the elevations in the main channel low enough to pass the water through the in-town components of the project safely.
Okay, so if I could just follow up, just so I totally understand this, that area then are they required, those homes, are they required to buy flood insurance now and after the project? Then they would be, or how would that work?
Are you referring to the homes to the west of the diversion?
I'm referring to the ones in that lighter blue area that will be potentially flooded, in the upstream areas.
Yeah, so all of the structures will need to be removed from the upstream area. So that's what we're working on now. Along the fringes, there will be some opportunity to potentially keep some of those structures or homes in those locations. The diversion authority obviously would have to work with those property owners to either raise their property or raise the structure, and provide access to it under a 100-year event, such that they would not require flood insurance after the project is complete. But our requirement in order to concentrate the impacts in that upstream mitigation area is to provide mitigation for all the property owners that are contained within that area, such that we'll acquire flowage easements on the property. We'll purchase the property if it's a house or a structure within that area and have that removed from the area.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Hey, Joel, we're up against the clock, if you will, and I do not know how many folks that wish to participate in public participation. Senator Luick, do you have any thoughts or comments?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I do have a couple of questions, but I'm...
No, please go ahead. Please go.
Okay. Mr. Paulson, you've been pretty definitive about the financing and the project itself, and so I need to have a definitive answer about the negative impacts of the upstream issues. So 8-10 years ago, we were promised the landowners upstream were going to be taken care of through an insurance policy that covered or replaced the multi-peril crop insurance program. And that's been going on forever so far. And so I'm wondering where that is at, number one. Number two would be compensation for roadways for township, county roads, private roads, things like that. How is that going to be handled if there's damage to those roadways? And the third question I had would be the loss of valuation of properties for the Kindred School District and maybe even the Richland 44 school districts. How is that being addressed?
Thank you, Senator Luick. Yes, we have made quite a bit of progress on some of those questions, and so I'll start with the crop insurance. So the crop insurance was committed to in our mitigation plan that was approved by the Office of the State Engineer. Right now, we have a consultant that we've contracted with called Watson Associates, and they are developing a crop insurance rider that would go on the multi-peril crop insurance policies of the producers in the area, in the upstream mitigation area. That rider would basically allow the diversion authority to provide coverage if there were to be a loss of crop during the growing season that was a result of the operation of the diversion authority project. So we will provide those to all the producers that contained within the upstream mitigation area, and the cost for that program is 100% borne by the diversion authority. As far as the township roads, we have begun to engage all of the townships within the impacted area, and actually all the townships along the footprint of the channel as well. Our intent is to come to an agreement through an MOU process with the townships. That MOU process would spell out the contribution the diversion authority would give to the townships in regards to township roads, culverts, any sort of township responsibility that is either impacted or quantified as an impact due to the project. So as you can imagine, it may vary between township to township. I can mention that Pleasant Township, of course, is contained within the entire upstream mitigation area, where some of the other townships along the western extent of the diversion channel only have some level of impact, but not as great as having the whole township contained within the upstream mitigation area. So each one of those will be negotiated with the townships. We've been going to township board meetings, and we are proposing some draft language at the moment. We haven't not executed any of the township MOUs at the moment, but we have budgeted in our budget for that mitigation to those townships. So I can't provide you any definitive answers on what amounts we will be paying, but we will be containing that within our MOUs with the townships. The school district is a little bit different issue. I have been meeting with Kindred School District to talk about some of these things, and we're coming up jointly with some different ideas on how we may be able to compensate or cover the mitigation or our impacts to the school district. As you can imagine, you folks maybe know more about education and the funding process in North Dakota than I do, but it's complex, and the problem is complex. But I'm happy to report that I have been working with Kindred School District on that issue. I have not personally been engaged yet with Richland School District. So that would be something that we would intend to do and start to have those discussions. Possibly maybe model a mitigation similar to what we can come up with for the Kindred School District. But my intent is to provide certainty in these items. Now that we have the CLOMAR, we know the exact impacts, we can start to formulate that certainty and bring that to these entities and negotiate what the mitigation ultimately will come to. So I hope that's well enough to answer your questions. I hope it's definitive enough.
One more, if I may, Mr. Chairman. So the other one is the flowage easements. Is that, can you just lay that out just a little bit for us? The practice of if that's a one-shot deal, if it's when the system is operated, and the amounts that you're looking at for that?
Certainly, Senator. So the flowage easement is contemplated as a one-time payment for the ability to store additional water on a landowner's property. So we've begun the appraisal process for those flowage easements. Again, we were not able to do that until we received the CLOMAR approval so that we have certainty in the extents of what our impacts are. Now that we know that, each individual parcel will be appraised uniquely based off of the differences in water surface elevations and the different impacts under different events. And so obviously the properties closest to the southern embankment or the dam, which will contain far much more greater water impacts than water, south of the mitigation area. The difference in pricing will come out through that appraisal process. Now, I do want to note we are required to implement adaptive management on this program. And what that means is that when a flood event does occur after the project has been constructed, we will be required to delineate the extents of where the water actually went and compare those to our models. That comparison could result in potential changes in what gets mitigated and what doesn't get mitigated. So for example, there could be a property owner that has flowage easements, but after a flood event, we realized that the water actually didn't have as great an impact as it did before, and maybe we could remove that flowage easement. So we've really been seeing kind of a mixed bag. Some people are engaging in the flowage easement concept and they would like to move forward with executing an agreement. Others do not want the flowage easement because it restricts development on or structure, building a new structure on their property. And so that adaptive management process after this has been built is going to allow us some flexibility in how we deal with impacted property owners after actual events occur. And I think that's something unique that has not really been implemented before in North Dakota. And so I do view it as a flexibility option for us as we deal with some of these impacts.
And Mr. Paulson, is that per acre or parcel, or how is that determined?
We'll determine it per parcel, so it'll be appraisal per parcel.
And do you have any numbers on those off the cuff right now to start with?
I do not, just due to the variable nature of those impacts. We do have a budget set aside for what we anticipate those to be, but the appraisal process is going to be unique for each parcel. So I think I would defer to our lands program manager, Mr. Eric Dodds, if he does have a general idea of what a per acre price might be.
Mr. Chairman, if I may continue, the parcel sizes are going to vary, so that's why it's questionable to me why you would set it up on per parcel.
Well, you're right. The parcel sizes will vary, and also the impacts will vary, and so
Correct.
each parcel would be a unique look at what those impacts are and what the price of the flowage easement would be.
Chairman, Senator Eric Dodds, AE2S. Thanks, Joe, for the question. In regards to per acre prices, we don't have actual appraisals back yet, but our appraiser has done a baseline study, a phase 1 study, And what they concluded based on market data for other areas in the country where they do have flowage easements and where they do have flooding occurring, they've concluded that the value of the easement would generally range between about 15% of land value up to 35% of land value. And so those are some rough bookends that we've been using for budgeting purposes, and we anticipate using that baseline study to apply to each individual parcel as they go into the distinct evaluations for each one.
If I may, Eric, just please, a quick question. There was previously a discussion of the easements regarding the depth of water. At one point in time, it was if it was 1 inch of water on that parcel, that easements would be attained, and then there was discussion on 6 inches of water. Is it 6 inches or is it 1 inches of water that you're basing your easement line on?
Thank you, Chairman. As part of the mitigation plan that was approved by the state engineer, we looked at and worked with the permitting agencies on defining those mitigation boundaries. The federal requirements force us to look at areas where there's 1 foot or more. And then on the state of North Dakota, the requirement is 6 inches or more, and the state of Minnesota has a different distinction. So there are 4 mitigation zones that make up the entire area where we will need to buy easements. In North Dakota, that is a 6-inch impact area.
So if I'm a producer and all of a sudden I get 2 inches of water on my property and I cannot seed, or my seed is crusted and it doesn't come out of the ground, I'm SOL?
Not necessarily. The 6-inch impact means where we have to go buy a property right. And that property right is the form of an easement. If there are impacts beyond the area where we buy easements, for example, we have established in our mitigation plan what's called a dispute resolution board. And so that's modeled after the process that the state has established for the Devil's Lake outlet. And so if a property owner feels that they are damaged, or if they have a perception of damage, they can file a claim with this dispute resolution board. It's an option for them, and it's more of an administrative option where there'd be an independent board set up to adjudicate those claims. Property owner has that option rather than going to a court process. And so we do have a mechanism in place for some unforeseen type impacts.
Do you have a reserve set aside for dollars to deal with that, or how are you going to deal with it financially if that should occur?
Yeah, I believe our financial plan does include some provisions for that dispute resolution board and unforeseen mitigation, kind of going back to the adaptive management program that Mr. Paulson talked about.
Okay, and we're not utilizing state funds for that reserve to do that, are we?
Not yet.
Not yet?
Yeah. Yeah. No, sir. So that is contemplated in our O&M budget, to compensate under those events. There's a number of other programs in the mitigation plan, flood cleanup program, and all of those are contained within our O&M budget, and that is supported by local levies and not state dollars. So.
Okay, with that, let us take our 15-minute break. We need to find out, before we do that though, guys, I'm looking for hands from the audience here of anybody that wishes to provide public participation in as in our agenda. Is there anyone in the audience right now that wishes to do that? Okay, seeing none, is there anyone upstairs, do we know, that wishes to provide public participation? Rock. Okay, we need to find that out. So let's take, it's 5 after 10. Let's come back at 20 minutes after 10. Okay, folks, let us begin. And I am told that we don't have anyone upstairs for any public participation, but I'm going to ask anyway. Do we have any folks that wish to provide the committee and the State Water Commission with comments regarding the Fargo-Moorhead diversion? Do we have any public that wishes to provide comments on the diversion? Seeing and hearing none, let us move on to Mr. DeCray, our 1020 presentation regarding the funding of Garrison Diversion and the River Valley Water Supply Project. Mr. DeCray, the podium's yours, sir.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor Sanford and members of the State Water Commission, legislative leadership, and Chairman Schmidt, members of the Interim Water Topics Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today and give you our quarterly report of the Red River Valley Water Supply Project. Today, I want to talk about some of the updated modeling results, the permits that we have completed, our Missouri River intake timeline, what our 2019 to 21 funding request this biennium is, and looking into the future, what our probable 21-23 funding priorities are going to be. First, we always like to mention that building of the project, of course, is a joint effort between Garrison Diversion, the state of North Dakota, and the Lake Agassiz Water Authority. Fargo Mayor has joined us today, and he is the chairman of the Lake Agassiz Water Authority. And we also have the West Fargo Mayor with us today, too, who is always present at our LAWA meetings. Well, what I wanted to mention about our updated modeling efforts is during the process for the environmental impact statement for the NDOS project that we're working on, the Corps of Engineers asked us to do some updating on our modeling. And what that modeling shows is that this project will not only be used during times of extreme drought, but in their modeling population projections over what we would have had in the 30s drought, we would see that the project would have been actually used with the future population in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s. So it's not just a project for a time of extreme drought. This is what we use for population for the West Fargo Moorhead area. Since 1930 to 2018, you've had a 465% population increase, and we don't see that trend is going to slow down. In the city of Grand Forks, they've had from 1930 to the 2018 a 233% population increase. You'll notice in 2000 there, that decade of the flood there, that they did have kind of a hiccup, but we expect their population to continue to rise at a consistent rate also. What this slide just shows you is this project has been built out to 2075. It just shows you out of the 12 years shown in the 30s style drought, the black shows you the number of times with that future population, how much water that you will be short in that type of extreme drought. So far, the permits that we have completed in September of 18, we received our nationwide 12 permit from the Corps of Engineers. In June of 19, we received our sovereign lands permit from the State Water Commission. We got our water permit for the actual water out of the river in April 18th, 2019 from the State Water Commission. We have our DOT permit for going under Highway 281 south of Carrington in hand. That was in May 7th of this year. And most recently, we received our discharge permit from the Department of Environmental Quality here in North Dakota. So we have got all our permits in place, which were a requirement of 2020, House Senate Bill 2020. Here's where our easement acquisitions are at. Chairman Schmidt asked us to brief you on that. Phase one, which would be the early out pipeline construction, which is at 1 mile, a little over 1 mile south of Carrington. We have 100% secured of those easements. Phase two, which is 28-mile segment, which is on east and west of Carrington. south of Carrington. We have 99% of those easements acquired. If you look at the full 165 miles of the pipeline, we're at about 50% of the easements or options that will be required. One of the major benchmarks in Senate Bill 2020 was that we had to get certification from the state engineer, the State Water Commission, and the state budget section approval. And we have received all those now, so the project has been certified, as Chairman Schmidt said at the beginning of the meeting. Our 2019 to 21 funding request that we have submitted to the State Water Commission is for 16.4. We were legislative intent of $43 million as we left the session last spring. We do realize the present financial situation in the state. We're very cognizant of that. So we were asked to defer, and we would like to point out that we did defer 62% of our legislative intent into future bienniums. For the 2019-21 cost share that we have in front of the State Water Commission that we will be asking for in October meeting is 16.43 million state share. And that is for the Missouri River intake, transmission pipeline, including the right-of-way, the Cheyenne River discharge structure, and the property acquisition and project planning. If you'll remember, part of our legal strategy for this project was to have substantial reliance on our permits, and so the 16.43 will get us to the substantial reliance on our permits, we believe. This is just a view of what the Missouri River intake timeline is, and we mention this because truly every day is critical. Presently now, if you look at the timeline, we've got the design intake and the tunnel, and we got the wet well construction, and we have the intake tunnel and tunnel construction, and that will take us into about June of 2023. And we need to move that construction schedule up because our nationwide 12 permit from the Corps of Engineers expires on March 18th of 2022. And historically, there's usually been an automatic extension if you have something in the ground. But recently with the lawsuits going on at the federal level, not our particular lawsuit, but just lawsuits in general, pipelines are being talked about in the nationwide process. So it would be possible to lose our permit, or it would expire rather, and wouldn't lose it, on March 18th of 2022, and then we would be under new rules in 2023. So the safest thing to do to keep the project moving would be to try to move up our construction schedule. And that's why we say every day is critical. One of the first things that we plan on doing is putting that wet well in above the high ordinary water mark on the Missouri River south of Washburn. And 40-foot concrete caissons are just not sitting on the shelf. They have to be built, and then it has to be put in the ground. And there's more than one way to do that process. And so if we could actually go to bid now and open bids in mid-November or whatever and let that out, there are construction companies that do prefer to do that type of work in the wintertime. Their ground would be more firm, and they would use a process where you kind of dig around that caisson and set it in the ground. So when we say that every day is critical, we mean that. There is a possibility that if we could go to bid this fall, that the construction company, if that would be their preferred method, they may work this winter on getting that caisson in. This is going to be our 21 to 23 request. Of course, it's very early during the process, but this is what we're envisioning, that to finish out the Missouri River intake structure is going to be about $30 million. The main pipeline and construction of that segment 1 we saw on the earlier slide is about $30 million. And land acquisition to obtain easements and options and other easements is about $3 million. We do have signed purchase agreements with the intake and the outlet. There will be some land that will have to be purchased for where the break tank structure goes and maybe some pump facilities. And then as you saw, we still have 50% of the easements that we have to maintain. And so that is where that $3 million would come in. And then just usual administration and communications and those types of things, another $2.4 million. So this will be our 21 to 23 funding request. We will work closely with Representative Schmidt and the rest of the legislators on the Water Committee. And with that, I would mention that we also right now are shovel ready on 14.44 million. And with our funding request, if granted for this biennium of the 14 million, we will be shovel ready on 50 million more dollars in 21 to 23 biennium. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions for Mr. DeCray? Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dwayne, help me understand this, this moving the schedule up on the intake. What's the cost estimate for bringing that from 2023 to meet the permit that you currently have?
Representative Schmidt and Representative Nielsen, you're asking how much it would cost to move that construction schedule?
What's the cost? Yeah, what type of funding will you need to bring that to a completion sooner?
6.88.
6.88.
Well, the 30 million. Well, the 30 million that we turn back in deferral to put the pipe in the ground. I mean, the 6.88 would just be the footprint in the core permit area.
Okay, so assuming that we would do that, that's not included in any of the numbers that you've presented in your request in the October request or next biennium's request?
Right. The construction that we would be doing with the $14 million request at the next State Water Commission meeting is the wet well caisson, the discharge structure south of Cooperstown, and then that demonstration mile of pipe.
Have you considered, do you have the flexibility in your budget to divert funds that you currently have or to complete that task earlier, or rather than adding to the total if the budget situation doesn't improve to the point where additional monies make it difficult to do that?
Representative Schmidt and Representative Nelson, that's correct. We have identified what we believe is absolutely critical, the absolute minimum to get done this biennium, and that's in that 6 million figure. But to continue with our process of assuring substantial reliance on our permits, we would need the 14.6 million, whatever it is.
Okay, thank you.
Dwayne, if I may, you mentioned you need $6 million. How much of that would be local contribution?
You're asking?
Yeah. Is there any local contribution to the construction?
Correct. The early out construction that we've talked about before, that is at the 10% local share. And so this is the state share we're showing here. So there would be on top of that would be the 10% local share. And then when we go into the 30, the original 30 million that would be at the 75-25 cost share. But if we start to go to critical, where we're doing only critical tasks, we are going to have to mix some early out with some continuing construction. So there would be some at the 10%, and then there would be some at the 25%. But the cleanest way to do it would be to do the early out construction and then be done with the 10%, and then go into the 75-25.
I just want to make sure that we have local contribution.
Definitely.
That we talked about having. The second thing is there was some concern, and I need an update, if I may, with regards to signups. Because originally we had a lot of folks that were signing up to the project, buying into it.
So right now, we are very close to finishing the interim finance package. And we've been working with LAWA and Garrison, have been working on that for quite a bit. So we actually will have a contract that we can go back to as prospective users for. We have absolutely nobody under contract at this time. But I mean, we do have a very, very strong head nod from West Fargo and rural Cass that they got to have the project. And so if the state cost share and if we don't get any kind of a long-term loan or bonding or something from the next legislative session, and the smaller users do have to drop off for economic reasons that they can't afford the project, we still will have 84% of the project, and they have indicated they want to proceed.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Senator Lewick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We kind of lost track of this, but the Missouri State lawsuit, are we looking at that with this particular project or not?
Okay, Representative Schmidt and Senator Lewick, that is separate from this project. As you know, we have the state project, which we're talking about here today, and then we're also on a second track where we're trying to get water out of the canal. So what the Missouri River lawsuit is on that 6 miles of pipe from the canal to this main transmission line. So that's the only thing that's tied up by the Missouri lawsuit. And that's kind of in neutral right now because the agencies are putting their administrative record together. So we don't know exactly when we'll actually be going back to court. But win or lose in the Missouri lawsuit will have no effect on the state project.
Senator Lee.
Mr. Chairman and Dwayne, in terms of being able to construct or starting construction to meet the current rules, are you satisfied that this amount of construction that you're going to do in this biennium will satisfy the rules requirement, or is there a dollar amount that you need to get to in order to satisfy the requirements?
Representative Schmidt and Senator Lee, it's kind of it's hard to say because there is no hard and fast rule and there is no certain percentage that gets you there. All you can kind of do is by past court cases on how it was looked at. And so that's how we put our legal strategy together is we look at what has worked in the past and we've kind of transferred that thinking to our project. But it's like anything else that happens. If it would happen in federal court, it would be up to that judge. But we do think that with this early out construction, we do meet the threshold of substantial reliance on our permits.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you kindly, sir. Let us move on to our next presentation. Pat, regarding the water development plan.
Good morning, Chairman Schmidt. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay. I am going to try to switch over to my screen, or is Chris going to show my presentation?
Pat, it's Chris Cattermas here. See if you can share your screen first. If not, I can go stand at the podium.
Okay, I'm trying to share it right now. Can you see it?
We can see it.
Okay. All right. Good morning, Chairman Schmidt, Lieutenant Governor Sanford, committee members, commission members. My name is Pat Fridgen. I'm the Director of the Planning and Education Division at the State Water Commission. And my talk this morning is going to be on the water development plan that we've been working on. First of all, I really do want to thank you for the opportunity to present this today. This is something that we put together on a biennial basis before each session. And so I'm really grateful and happy to have the opportunity to at least hit the high points with what we've been working on so far and what we hope this to be when it's a finished product toward the first part of the year. So before I get into the numbers, I just wanted to really briefly talk about why we put this together. And 610201.3 says that on a biennial basis, the commission will develop and maintain a water development plan organized on a river basin perspective. And that is the primary overarching goal. And one of the big components of pulling this plan together is to collect project information from all of the sponsors around the state. And that's part of the inventory effort. And so this process really began back in January when we sent inquiries out to every city out there, every water resource district, joint board, irrigation districts, basically anybody that could be a potential project sponsor with the Water Commission. And then from there, we asked them to send us the projects that they may want to cost share with the commission in the upcoming biennium and future biennium. And this year we did extend the the period for response just because of the COVID issues. So we did extend that through May. And so then after all those projects come in, that information is all pulled together. And then from there, in the first part of June, the water commissioners by subcommittee look at all of those projects that came in. And they ask questions about them. They look at them in terms of what type of project they are. And then once that process happens in determining what type of project, then from there, they're prioritized based on the commission's prioritization guidance concept. And so I just want to also say that in addition to the inventory that's included in the water development plan, we also put a fair amount of effort into outlining, what's been done with, in particular, the larger projects, what type of state funding has been invested over the course of the last several bienniums and even from inception, what their ask is for the upcoming biennium, and then, of course, look at the next 10 years. So you kind of get that full picture of where the projects have been, where they're looking to go in the near term, and then way out there as well. And we try to provide updated information for smaller projects as well in terms of what's been funded for general water management, municipal projects, rurals, et cetera. So we try to provide as comprehensive a picture as we can what's happened so far. And so then one of the next steps in the process is the commissioner hosted meetings, and we've been doing these for several bienniums now. And this year, because of COVID concerns, we ended up doing them virtually, and they were held in the latter part of July. And as part of those meetings, each commissioner, they host their own meeting, and we go through things from the agency budget to cost share policy changes. We talk about the inventory process, and then there is an invitation to project sponsors to present and talk about the projects that they would like to move forward. And so it provides a really nice opportunity for a back and forth dialogue between commissioners, staff, and project sponsors that are out there. One of the other things that we do as part of that effort is to invite the sponsors to look at the inventory that we put together so far. We put that draft inventory out for public review, and we basically ask the sponsors to, please have a look and let us know if something has changed, if they'd like us to update things, because we're constantly updating numbers to provide the most accurate estimates that we can as we get close to session. And so you can see the dates of the meetings that were held, and actually holding them via virtual means this year. We had even more participation this go around than we did 2 years ago. So in getting to what the preliminary numbers look like so far, this is kind of a summary of that inventory. And I just want to give a quick thanks to Jared Hubrights from our division. Jared is, he's kind of our go-to person for the water development plan. He's done a tremendous amount of work with the inventory. And in the midst of all this, he's a Guard member and was deployed for about a month and a half a few months ago, and he's going to be deployed again middle part of October. So he's been doing a great job of working on all of this and pulling information together and working with sponsors. So I just wanted to throw a quick thanks out to Jared for his efforts with the Water Commission and for his service on the Guard. He's doing a great job for us. And so on the screen, you see the preliminary numbers that we have so far with the inventory. We have them separated out by purpose. You can see flood control, the total there. And this is the estimated needs from the state. And so the total estimated need from the state for flood control at this point is $265 million. And then below that, you can see where those numbers come from all the different projects. We have FM area flood control at 66.5, Heart River, Mouse River around down the line. You'll see other flood control. And what those are smaller community flood control projects. Examples might be smaller projects in Bismarck, Hazen, Lemoore. There are several of them out there across the state that those communities are looking to move forward. And then water conveyance. Water conveyance projects are, those are drains, bank stabilizations, snag and clearing projects. And then on the far right, you can see the number of projects that make up those numbers. And then so as we move our way down to general water management, you can see the need there is 50 million, 46 projects. Rural water, 74 million, 26 projects. and then water supply, 279 million at 98 projects. And then you can see below water supply where that number comes from, with 115 million from municipal projects, and that's 94 projects. So we had a lot of municipal projects come in again as part of the inventory process. And then you can see the numbers there for NAS, Red River, Southwest, and WAS. And so the total is 668 million in state needs, 315 projects, and that's everything.
Pat, a question if I may. Excuse me. Do these numbers that you have for that biennium, do they include the 139 million that these projects said they could delay?
Chairman Schmidt, so the numbers that we're getting from the sponsors are they're trying to take into account what has happened this biennium, or what they expect to happen this biennium. And so I guess the short answer to that is yes, they're trying to, basically forecast what their need would be based on what they think is going to happen this biennium.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pat, you might have mentioned this, but a question. Are these figures gross figures? Do they take into consideration the local cost share or not?
Senator Robinson, so the numbers that you see, I'll go back here. The numbers that you see here are just the state share. When we present these in the water development plan, you will see what the state share is, and then we will also present what the local share is, and federal share, and other funding partners. So you can see the full picture in the inventory of the, there'll be, a couple of hundred projects in there, but you will be able to see in the water development plan what the estimates are for all of the funding partners.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I was just going to ask Pat to also clarify that is based on our current cost share policy percentages, correct? So if there's any modification to that would adjust those numbers as well.
Commissioner Hammer, that is correct. These numbers are based on our either current cost share policy or current legislation, depending upon the project. So this is the current landscape. That's what these numbers are based on.
Okay, Pat, the reason I'm asking is when I look at the first one, the Fargo-Moorhead area flood control is 66.5. Well, this biennium, they gave up 20 million, so they're down, they're gonna ask for 44.5, and if we had it, we'd give it to them. So there's $20 million there. That's what I would refer to as lapsed dollars. And obviously the 66.5 does not include those $20 million of lapse. So whereabouts would those $20 million that they wouldn't be receiving this biennium come in?
Chairman Schmidt, that's correct. So in our conversations with the project sponsors, that they've said that right now this is their number for right now for the next biennium, with the understanding that yes, they did defer that 22.5 million that sometime in the future they would be asking for that, but in recognition of the current financial situation, at this point they basically have just said that it'll be sometime in the future.
Okay, please move on.
Okay, so just taking a little bit closer look at the overall numbers with priority in mind. So the commission has a prioritization guidance process, and so projects based on their type are prioritized. And so what you see on the screen are, by purpose, how those totals stack up in terms of priority. And so on the far left, you can see that of the 265 million in flood control, 173 of that is high priority projects, 54 is moderate, and then 37 is low, making up that total of 265 million. And then as you move to the right, you can see general water management, what the total is there. There were no high priority projects in general water. The vast majority is, are moderate priority projects. Moving over to the right again, we have rural water, where we have, a few high priority projects. Those are, regionalizations, hooking communities up, 42 million in moderate, 29 million in lower priority for a total of 74 million. And then as you move to the right, the far right under water supply, there's 163 million in high priority projects under water supply, with 9 million moderate and 106 in lower priority. And to dig a little bit even deeper into these numbers, as you look, at the high priority flood control numbers to the far left there, of that 173, about 162 of that are the larger projects. And so that's the lion's share of what makes up that number. And then as you move to the right, the far right with the water supply projects, those high priorities, again, same situation where it's the larger projects that make up that number.
Pat, if I may, another comment with regards to general water. I look at that and we've got a substantial amount of money in general water, of which none of it is a high priority. And my thoughts is that based on where we are right now today, the State Water Commission would need to take a hard look at the general water funds and go through that list and figure out, okay, what really is it that we need to have and what can we release? So comments from State Water Commission members, if you have any. Commissioner Hammer.
Thank you. And I think, this is based on what our current prioritization policy is. And maybe you recall that Commissioner Johnson mentioned that there's members of the commission, I think he meant me, that don't like this prioritization policy in its entirety. I don't think it accounts for some of the other parts of the State Water Commission's mission. It doesn't give them enough credit. And so we have to use what we have today, which is our prioritization policy. I think as we work as a commission, even over the next couple months, to define the critical projects that we're going to be working, we'll see more clarification, and that might also modify the prioritization. Some of those general water may move from moderate to high, or even some of the low move to moderate, so to speak, if we do end up modifying our prioritization at all.
Thank you. Mark.
Well, then coupled with that, then the inability to move between buckets.
All that requires is a request to the budget section to move from one bucket to another. Let's move on, Pat.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Schmidt. So on the next slide, we just wanted to provide totals in terms of the priorities. And as you look at the pie charts from left to right, on the left, you'll see the total of the high priority projects at 340 million. We put 53 million in there as a somewhat of a bookmark for operational costs. And so that number is not just, salaries and benefits and those things, that's keeping the lights on. That's around that 30 million mark. This also includes Devils Lake operational costs, some Southwest Pipeline operational costs, and NAS as well. So we wanted to include that as well, just to show the big picture. And then as you move to the middle pie chart, we add in the moderate priority projects, and then so the number jumps to 548 million. And then to the far right, when we add in the lower priority projects, the number jumps to 721. So that's all the project needs from the state plus the operational costs. And just for comparison purposes, at the bottom of the screen there, you can see that the September OMB Resource Trust Fund estimate for 21-23 that I believe Heidi talked about earlier, that estimate is around that 269 million mark. And that's about 11.2 million a month. And so you can kind of see, for comparison's sake, where the needs compare to anticipated revenue. And then just for, further comparison right below that, it's a bit hard to see, but, pre-COVID, we were averaging around 17.8 million a month. And then post, for the last several months, we've been around that 4.8 million average. And so things, obviously did change, and who knows what might happen. But so this is just kind of a full picture of what the totals are by by priority. One of the other things that we wanted to present to is what remains in legislation, what's intent remains from our last budget bill, and I know there was some questions about that earlier and what that means, but we wanted to put this on the screen just for informational purposes. That right now, based on what was in Senate Bill 2020, for the upcoming next 2 years, there is an intent for that 66.5 for the FM diversion. There was 30 million specified for Red River Valley Water Supply Project for this current biennium and for the next biennium. So depending upon what happens with this current biennium, that number could move. And then with the Mouse River Flood Control, specifically Minot, and so that 56.7 that you see on the screen is the remaining roughly 113 million. If you recall back a few years ago, there was basically, I think it was 193 million was specified for that project. And then in the last bill, they basically took out 57 or so, 58 roughly that had been provided, moving that number down to 135 million for just in Minot. And then so after the State Water Commission's approval of this biennium, that leaves about 113 million remaining from that intent. So if you cut that in half for the next two bienniums, that's where the 56.7 comes from. So again, just part of the discussion in terms of looking ahead and planning ahead. That legislation and intent is obviously part of that discussion. What you see on the screen now is the estimated 10-year outlook. And I mean, we all know that water development projects take quite a long time to move forward. And so the last couple of bienniums, we've been working hard with project sponsors to not only show what's expected in the next 2 years, but also that 10-year horizon to give us a little bit better feel for, what we need to plan for in a little bit longer term. And I won't spend a lot of time on this, but, you can see, the major projects on there, the major project types. I would like to add that the numbers for the municipal projects and rural projects, those came from a cooperative effort that we worked on in 2018 with the League of Cities and Rural Water Districts Association of basically an inventory and a survey of their members to see what needs they had out there. And so that's where those numbers come from. And as you look toward the bottom, you can see, and again, this is just state share, the total is about 3.5 billion. And so again, as comparison, look to the right, you can see that if we average around that 200 million mark of biennium, the state potential shortfall would be about 2.5 billion. If we average 300 million a biennium, the state shortfall is around that 2 billion mark. And then if we can average 400 million a biennium, we're looking at a shortfall of about 1.5. And as Commissioner Hemmer pointed out earlier with the next biennium numbers, these are the numbers how they pencil out under current policy, under current legislation. This is kind of the landscape as it is right now. So if there were legislative changes, policy changes, these obviously would move, but this is based on the current situation.
Pat, if I may, we're close to our limit on the time in the presentation, but I find this to be very helpful. And I would suggest that you continue on with this process and the State Water Commission continue to do this, because I, as one, find that this is very helpful as we proceed onward. I also like the idea of giving us where we should need to be in 10 years from now, because we haven't done that before. It's always been a 2-year projection. And so I think this helps us plan, and I would encourage the State Water Commission Office State Engineer to continue this. And Pat, if I may, if you could quickly summarize where you are with this, so we could move on, I'd appreciate that.
Sure, yep. So just a few additional comments. I wanted to show this. This is just Resource Trust Fund. This is the main story behind this is just to show over time the unpredictable nature of our current revenue stream. And you should have these slides, and that's basically what I wanted to show with this slide. And then so in Just a few final comments here in the last couple of slides. You know, the question that everybody's asking is where will the Resource Trust Fund go next? And one of the things that we frequently hear from sponsors is basically anxiety related to the unpredictability. So if there are mechanisms that could be in place to make the revenue stream a bit more predictable. I know there's been things talked about like bonding for larger projects. I know that certainly would be something that would be looked upon favorably, just to provide that, you know, more of a certain environment for funding projects. I won't spend a lot of time on this slide here. This is just how we're going to present things in the water development plan. What I also wanted to say is that, you know, just based on what the numbers look like, and as, you know, alluded to by Commissioner Johnson earlier, when you look at how the numbers tally up, and even if you cut those to a fraction, it appears that our current, you know, cost share environment does not look to be sustainable in the long term, particularly in the long term. And we've really seen that come to fruition this biennium with the unpredictability of our revenue stream. And then as a final comment, you know, one of the things that always becomes part of the conversation, I think it's an important part of the conversation when you look at the overall revenue availability for projects, and that's the carryover issue. And many of you are aware that, you know, we carried over $308 million into this biennium. And so the question is, you know, how do we put dollars to work and not carry them over? And the legislature put in place a requirement for 4-year updates. That has been helpful in getting projects to move forward, getting them to, you know, submit bills to us and get them off center in some cases. Another potential option is to have that discussion about what is shovel ready. We always hear about, you know, funding projects that are shovel ready, but that means different things to different people. And so through policy, that might be a mechanism where we can, you know, start to have those conversations about tightening that up a bit. What does shovel ready really mean? And so gearing those dollars more toward projects that really truly can use them rather than carrying them over. And so with that, Chairman Schmidt, I can take any questions that anyone might have.
Any questions for Pat? With regards to carryover, we're still at $330-some million of carryover. Granted, there's a large sum in one project, but we're doing better at reducing the amount of carryover. We still got a lot to do. We've tried to reduce that with 4-year limit, having a re-app after that if the State Water Commission deems that it's appropriate. But we still need to strive to reduce that carryover dollar figure because it's holding up money from others. So we need, and I look to the State Water Commission as you're basically our leader in trying to figure out how to do that. And I think that needs to be even pushed further. Senator Wardner.
Well, Mr. Chairman and Pat, I, for one, really appreciate the work you've done, and especially the 10-year look into the forecast, because we really need to have that in order to make a plan and a strategy to take care of our water projects in the state of North Dakota. So this information is very much welcome to me. Thank you.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand my timing might not be perfect, especially with my leader sitting here, but you know, as I look at that 10-year plan and I look at the operations of the State Water Commission, it breaks out to $26 million a year. And that's, in my opinion, that's project money that is going into operation or into the operations of an agency. I have always thought that that's a responsibility of the general fund, and you know, it certainly hasn't been funded from the general fund for quite some time. And I think that's, you know, the only reason I bring this up is that, you know, in bienniums like now, we are asking project sponsors to look at reduced levels. We have no flexibility with operations. That, you know, we have a commitment to the state employees that work at the Water Commission to fund that package, and there's very little flexibility to do that. I think that's an area that we should put on the table at least to, you know, to move the process of completing projects along, and that funding mechanism for administration, I feel needs to find a new home. But, you know, how do we get there in budgets like we're going to experience is going to be very difficult. I understand that.
Any other comments? Commissioner Himmer.
Thank you, Chairman Schmidt. Just a comment regarding the carryover. I think as Water Commission members, we're as frustrated by carryover as you are. So know that we would like to do everything we can from the administration of these funds and getting them out to projects so that they can finish up within the biennium that they're allocated. A big part of that was getting the projects out and in the ground right away as soon as we can when we have the new appropriation. So thank you for the emergency clause on that last time. I think it did a good job of helping to move some of those projects into that current construction season. With water projects, whether they be flood control or water supply, often the construction season is gapped by almost an entire year if you don't get it bid at the right time. So the timing of the funding and the appropriation really make a big difference to us. So your consideration of that for this next legislative session will help as well.
I think that emergency clause, if I remember correctly, allowed the State Water Commission to get out about $111 million earlier than we've been able to do it prior. So it behooves us to continue with that emergency clause on this budget. Any other comments? Hearing none, seeing none?
Trent, this is Dick. If I could just make a comment?
Certainly, go ahead.
One of the things with shovel ready that we've talked about, and I think we need to work on, is a lot of times these projects come up and they don't have their local share arranged yet. They're kind of depending on the Water Commission to do their thing first, and then then they take it to the people for a vote or however they're going to do that. And I think if in the application process, if they can ensure that the local share has been accounted for, then I think that would speed things along too, because I think we're holding projects up because they're waiting for the Water Commission to give their approval. And we asked the question, do you have your local share? And they said, well, yeah, we're taking it to the people, or we did take it to the people, and they're probably going to vote for it. But it's not definite. What came first, I guess, the horse or the cart? But it's something that we find that sometimes we come through with our money and then the local share doesn't come across. So we're stuck in the mud there for a while until they make an accommodation, but that holds a lot of money up as well. It's just a little consideration you may want to think about.
You can fix that in your policy, I believe. I think you can deal with that and I just as soon have you deal with that than us do that. So with that, thank you very much, Patrick. I think you've got guidance that we like to see this document and we should continue this. So please keep that on your records and move on. All right, let's move on to our next presentation. Mr. Kringstead, Pipeline Authority. Give us a little information on what you have with regards to revenues for the state.
Good morning, Chairman Schmidt. I'm going to get right into the update on crude oil production, what we're seeing, and some of the challenges that the industry has ahead and how that can relate back to the revenue side. So I'm going to turn my camera off just for a moment as I switched over to a different monitor on my end. And I trust that the committee can see my desktop now. Correct me if I'm wrong. But the first thing, just very quickly, so to get level set with everyone of where North Dakota is at from a crude oil production standpoint, obviously everyone is familiar with the absolute collapse in activity and production levels in North Dakota. We've started to climb out of that a bit in the months of June.
Oh, there we go.
Yes.
We had lost you there. Now we got you back.
Okay. I can start over there. So again, just taking a quick look at production levels in North Dakota, the drop in April and May down into the June time period being the deepest portion of North Dakota's downturn. And then as we started to come up, we now have July data ahead of us or available. And I can speak in a moment about what my expectations are going forward. And so the one thing I want to caution the committee on as we move forward here in the next number of months is how we think about production levels in North Dakota and how it translates over to the revenue side. So The first consideration we need to have is this understanding that North Dakota, all unconventional wells, North Dakota is not unique. Everyone on this committee is familiar with the decline curves, right? The Bakken Three Forks wells, they come on with early production, they decrease. And why I'm mentioning this is, for one well, this does not seem too extreme, but when we stack up the 16,000 plus wells in North Dakota that have been drilled and are all have this decline rate that's occurring 24 hours a day, what we're looking at here is in 2018, if North Dakota's oil industry had completely shut down or went away and we had 0 new wells being drilled and completed in North Dakota, this is how quickly North Dakota's oil production wants to fall. That is the culmination of the 16,000 plus wells stacked on one another. And this is what the industry is having to work against in order to keep North Dakota's production levels either flat or growing. And so the question becomes is how active does North Dakota's industry need to be in order to combat this base decline that is unrelenting, wanting to pull North Dakota's oil production down. And so the answer to that, I assumed in this scenario that in August, in July, we were just over 1 million barrels per day. Going into the months of August and September, if you ask me today, Justin, where do you believe oil production's at? I think we're at least at 1.3 million or higher. That might sound very encouraging, and it is, but what we need to have happening in North Dakota for production levels to stay flat near this level is we need to have well completions taking place in North Dakota at a rate of somewhere in that 60 to 70 new wells per month. And today's activity levels are not at that point in order to keep production. Once the shut-ins came back online in July and August, the challenge for North Dakota now is will we have an active enough oil industry to keep this curve at least at this 1.2, 1.3 million barrels per day mark? And so there's a couple factors that fall into play here. The first, obviously, the shut-ins. This was through July. The shut-ins have gone down substantially, the number of wells, the amount of oil shut in. So that is a positive. Again, as we look at August and September, likely almost all of this shut-in production should have been eliminated by now at this price point and this time schedule to get the wells back online. So that is a positive. So the activity levels in North Dakota, this is what I use for what I call my base scenario forecasting for oil production in North Dakota. So this is using the Federal Department of Energy, their short and long-term outlook for oil prices. And so they show that for the remainder of 2020, things very near the $40, just a hair above, and we don't start to see any type of price recovery until the next several years. And this price point, we can look back in time and say, okay, what was North Dakota's oil industry doing at these certain price points? How active were they? And how can we reasonably forecast what's going to be happening in the region? And you'll see that here in a moment. So again, I show the shut-ins largely decreasing. That becomes less of a factor in this discussion. But ultimately, if the oil industry is as active as we think they should be at that given, say $40 plus dollars in the coming years, we'll likely see some type of leveling off of oil production in the region before we start seeing the increasing volumes in the future. And so you'll notice kind of the pre-collapse levels of 1.4, 1.5 million barrels per day. I'm not forecasting we get back up to that level for the next 3 to 5 years. Again, depending upon how the recovery looks from a demand side nationwide and globally. That discussion surrounding completions, you can see this is our historic completions per month. So I noted a moment ago that we need in the 60 to 70 range in order to hold flat. That is not insurmountable. It's lower than kind of historic activity levels. So that's not a pace that's unachievable. But the near term between now and next summer, I fear that the industry, because of the market conditions, because of the uncertainties surrounding COVID and a potential second wave and what's happening with demand, that even though we would expect the oil industry to be this active, they might not be, just because of the hesitations, capital hesitancy, and other issues with winter coming in North Dakota. So I think this is a best case scenario. At least in the near term. Longer term, I feel more confident with it. So certainly, as the committee members and others are watching the North Dakota's oil industry, here in a couple weeks, you'll see the August numbers come out, then you'll see the September numbers come out, and you'll see these increasing volumes. But again, I want to urge caution that that is likely almost exclusively due only to shut-in production coming back online. But the challenge over the next year to 2 years is going to be how active is the industry going to be in North Dakota, and can they combat that base decline curve that they're facing.
Justin,
Justin,
if I may, how do you account for any advancements in technologies to get a larger percentage of that oil in the ground?
Mr. Chairman, in this example, I assume static technology in the base case. In the high case scenario, I do have some technology increases in there that does help. It's a relatively small 8% improvement in well performance, but that would certainly help the situation.
Thank you. Please move on.
And the discussion surrounding Dakota Access, again, a whole lot of twists and turns with that project here, starting in early July with the court ruling, and evolving now into several different paths that it's taking. But what it would mean to North Dakota from a production and a marketing perspective, you can see here again, this is my forecasted oil production levels in North Dakota, and this jack-o'-lantern tooth notch that I hollowed out here is trying to represent what would happen if Dakota Access was taken offline for a period of 13 months before coming back into service. And so the on one answer, could North Dakota's industry continue to move its production? That answer is likely yes. It would rely on a very strong shift to crude by rail from the region. On the negative side, it certainly would hurt the economics in North Dakota. At least I'm estimating about a $5 additional discount on top of our typical 7 to 8 that North Dakota sees. And so in the event that either the court system or the Corps of Engineers, either one of those two options has that power right now to turn that or direct that system to be turned off, that would have a very immediate impact on North Dakota's marketing. It would pull back capital being brought to the region, because now as a producer looks at North Dakota, we've always had that $7 to $8 transportation hurdle compared to, say, the Texas producers. But now we're going to add potentially another $5 on top of that is likely going to direct capital to find other places, at least in the near term, to make investments where they can have a better return on their production. And then the last thing I'll comment here about is on the oil production scenarios. So this tries to kind of lay it all out on the table. What would happen under various completion scenarios? Right now, you know that North Dakota has 10 rigs actively drilling in the oil and gas portion of North Dakota. If you assumed just those rigs and just used a 2-to-1 factor, that's, again, about 20 wells per month that are being drilled right now. We do have an inventory of DUC wells, drilled but uncompleted, that the industry can work off of. So certainly today's drilling fleet is not enough. The industry would be forced to work through its drilled but uncompleted wells in order to have completions anywhere near high enough to keep production relatively flat in the near term before we have a price and demand recovery in the outward years, and we can get back on that growth trend that we're forecasting. With that, I think I'll end here as far as the formal slides. I would certainly be open to any questions of these slides or any other topics that I haven't covered that are of interest.
Committee have any questions or comments, or the commission? Senator Lewick.
Mr. Chairman?
Representative Damshin.
Just wondering if Justin can tell us how many wells are there ready to be fracked right now?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Damshin, as far as the number of, there's well over 600 wells that have been drilled but uncompleted. So those would be that inventory. So there is a wide variety of locations that could be completed. And so the latest numbers that I've heard from Lynn Helms at DMR is somewhere around 5 frac crews. And again, 5 frac crews working on completions it's a better indicator than drilling rigs, but that is still, not adequate to exceed, that 50 to 60 well completions per month. So again, the concern is that North Dakota's production comes back up with the shut-ins coming back online. And then if we start following one of these 50 or 60 well completion scenarios in the near term, we could see production start a downward slide again until activity returns.
Senator Lewick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Justin, if you took a currently a brand new well and fracked it, how many years of production would that provide until it got down to, say, half life? I guess what I'm looking at is the ratio of decline in production. How long does it take for a well to depreciate to the point where it's severely noticeable?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, so what I've pulled up on this slide for it, hopefully can help answer that question. So again, the Bakken Three Forks wells, they start off relatively high. These are months that we're looking at down here in the bottom. And so depending upon what you're using as your metric, if we just say 600 as a starting point, in say 7 to 9 months, that well is already producing half of what it did during its initial month of production. So it is very, very rapid. As far as the duration of how long can they continue to produce and stay economic, we don't know that at this point because it's still relatively young. Our best estimates are around 30 to 40 years with what we know of primary production. There may be decades of additional production if there's enhanced oil recovery or other techniques that will be used in the future. So just as drilled, today's knowledge base, 30 to 40 years of expected life before any type of other mechanisms would be deployed.
And Mr. Chairman, continue. Justin, so does it help at all to give a well a rest, or does it matter at all?
Mr. Chairman, it does. We've seen a bit of a, I don't want to say it helps, but it doesn't, we haven't seen it necessarily hurt too much either. The wells that were shut in the months of May and June, and we saw the data come back in of those wells coming back online, they were relatively able to pick up back where they left off. Maybe a slight bump up initially, but it should be able to continue on its path as normal. The biggest concern was that there was going to be damage to the reservoir, to the well itself. With that short duration of, say, a month or two shut in, that didn't appear to be a major concern. If the wells were shut in longer than that, it would have likely been far more concerning for the region.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Justin, a couple of questions. One is the drilling rigs that are working today. Is that being completed in the heart of the Bakken area, in that McKenzie County area, or is I would assume that that's probably the case. Is that fair?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Nelson, yes, you are absolutely correct. The wells or the rigs in deployment right now are in the best acreage position of that individual operator that has the rig operating.
Okay, that makes sense. And back to Chairman Schmidt's comment about technology in existing wells. I do have a son that's in the field, and there is some technology that's very soon going to be implemented to enhance oil recovery in existing wells, and I think it could be a game changer. It has that possibility anyway, and I was curious about that part of your presentation. If new well completions is the basis for your production report, or if that could enter in as an enhanced recovery being part of that. And I guess time will tell whether that technology is the beginning of that. But hopefully that component can be added to the discussion, because that's pretty low-hanging fruit if it's workable.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Nelson, absolutely. That right now the number or the percentage of recovery is still in that 15 to 18% is kind of the industry average right now. That is still far lower than a more conventional resource. So that's exciting to hear that there are some things on the horizon. As soon as those become public and we see some well performance results, I will certainly make sure that my forecasts and things are updated to reflect that new technology. And so the one thing, again, hopefully these forecasts that you're seeing from me are baseline scenarios. If you look back historically at my forecasts, going back 10 plus years, the technology changes that Representative Nelson mentioned have always pushed that production curve higher than really anyone had imagined. And so that is a positive challenge that the industry's had to face now for a number of years. And I don't suspect that we've hit any type of plateau on technology. That there's a lot of smart folks that still see huge potential here.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, Justin, thank you so kindly. We appreciate it. And please keep us informed as we proceed. It's important that we know where we're moving. All right, thank you very much. Lastly, since we were not able to meet in Minot, and one of the critical items on the Minot agenda was discussion with Northwest Area Water Supply, excuse me, and I thought it would be of value to us to have a brief presentation from John Pekowski, State Engineer, as to where we are with funding, and where are we with bidding, and where are we with the process for NAS before we go into session. So with that, John, the floor is yours, and also Representative Damshin has a question for you regarding some of the funding that we've already talked about. So with that, John, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Chris, would it be possible for you to share my presentation? I seem to be having technical difficulties. It says I'm not able to do so on my end.
Yes.
So with that, while Chris is getting that set up, I want to thank you for the opportunity here. Lieutenant Governor, Chairman Schmidt, committee members, and commissioners present. My name is John Pekowski. I'm the interim state engineer, and glad to be before you today to give an update on the NAS project. My intent is to give you an update on current contracts, projects that are under design, and then what's remaining to be dealt with at a later date. And by all means, if there are any questions along the way, feel free to stop me. I have on hand a resource project manager, Tim Pridgey, is on the line. So if questions get too deep, he'll have to take over for me here. So go to the next slide, please. These are the current projects that are under contract right now. The Minot Treatment Facility improvements, Renville Corner to West Hope Corner project, Lansford to Renville. There's a raw water line assessment in which they're looking at those projects that have been in the ground for some time, and then the pipeline from West Hope Corner to Surris Corner. Next, please. First project we talked about is the Minot Water Treatment Facility project. This is replacing some of the existing basins with two new, larger, $9 million
9 million gallon per day softening basins. At this point, that will increase plant capacity slightly, but the full extent of that of this change won't be recognized until such time as we get Lake Sakakawea water to this site. Project was started in April 2018. It was expected to be completed by this time. Like many other projects around the state, COVID did have, I think, an estimated impact here. If you want to turn to the next slide, the white roofed building is the new building that was built to house these. As you can see, it is rather large compared to the remainder of the water treatment facility in Minot. And that project was estimated total cost of roughly $31 million, of which about half was MR&I funds. Another $9 million was from Minot, and $1.6 million in Resources Trust Fund monies. Leaves roughly $6 million left on the project, which will be cost shared 35% by the city and 65% by the state. Eventually, the older treatment plant facility portion of it, the distilling basins, will be replaced for an ultimate capacity of 27 million gallons per day for this project. Next slide. This is the Renville Corner to West Hope pipeline, roughly 17.5 miles of pipeline. It is in essence essentially complete at this point in time. Roughly $5 million project. 3.1 million of that is MR&I funding, 1.7 million from the city of Minot, and then $100,000 for the state share of that project. Next project, Lansford to the Renville Corner. This is about an 18-mile pipeline. It too is essentially complete. They did a pressure test, and it failed the bacterial test. So the line is being rechlorinated and retested. That will essentially, we're hoping for final completion by the 1st of October. Total cost $5.4 million, $3 million is MR&I, just under $2 million in the city of Minot, and $500,000 from Resources Trust Fund money. Next project is the essentially the testing of the pipeline, initial installation work for the NOS pipeline, which is the pipeline south of Minot going down towards the lake. They've completed 4 segment tests. The first passed. Segments 2 and 3 were losing pressure, slight pressure losses, so they're looking into that, and there's some repair work that needs to be done on some of the pipeline efforts on the south end of this project. This is a $500,000 project and funded 65 again. The city of Minot at 35%, the state at 65%. Again, this is also Resources Trust Fund monies here. And the next project is the West Hope to Souris, 15-mile pipeline, which includes about a mile-long bore underneath the Souris River and a portion of the refuge. Roughly 85% complete. Things have changed a little bit since this update was originally prepared. Total estimated cost, $6.4 million. 3.3 is MR&I funding, 2.2 from Minot, and just under $1 million from the state. Looking for completion yet this fall. And so those are the projects currently under construction. Go on from there. The next portion of the presentation are those projects that are under design. I think this is where some of the questions came from earlier. This is the list of projects here. I'll go into those in a little more detail with the next slide. Biota water treatment plant, that design is completed. There was a question asked earlier, and if I don't summarize it properly, please correct me. But the question was as to the $75 million line of credit. Why is there only $20 million needed now? And that, again, as was discussed earlier, with a lot of these water projects, timing is the issue at hand. We were only within the last week or so, 2 weeks maybe, given approval to go to bid by the Bureau of Reclamation on this project. And therefore, the $20 million line of credit that has been approved as of yesterday, I believe, are the funds that we think we could expend by the end of the biennium. The hope is to be further along with construction on this project, but again, as things tend to be with water projects, the timeline is taking longer than we had anticipated. So we are looking at opening up 4 bids, within the coming weeks, and hopefully that will end up looking at closing that bid right around the Thanksgiving time or so is the intent. This will be, initial phase will be a 12.25 million gallon per day process with the ability to expand that by twofold with subsequent phases if needed. Right now, we're looking at a total cost of roughly $64 million for this project. Again, as was noted, this is a federal responsibility, but that being said, we're going to need to rely on probably a line of credit moving into the next biennium, as well as those funds tend to come piecemeal from the federal government rather than in a lump sum. So we'd be looking at utilizing MR&I funds to cover those costs. Right now, we have roughly $14.5 million in MR&I funds to use towards this project. And again, unlike most projects related to NAWS, there will be no City of Minot involvement because this is a federal responsibility. If I may, John, if I may, I want to make sure that Representative Damshin's question was answered. Yes, sir. Representative Damshin, did you get an answer to your question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I did. I probably misunderstood the original statement because my question was kind of going to be, how did a $20 million project get an estimate of $75 million, and convincingly enough to get a line of credit for that amount? I probably didn't have the information that John shared with us now. So I guess Chairman Smith, basically it's answered.
Okay. Yeah, Chairman Schmidt and Senator Damshin, just for clarity, the total cost of the project won't be the $20 million. That's just how much money we think we may be able to expend during this biennium.
Yeah, I understand that now. Thank you.
Okay. All right. If nothing else, we go on to the next project. That's the Snake Creek Pumping Plant modifications. What this project will be essentially the intake for the NAWS water. What we're going to do here is go in and modify the existing Snake Creek plant. We're going to remove one of the existing 8,000 horsepower pumps, low head pumps, and replace it with 4 1,000 horsepower high head pumps, and run those lines through the 11-foot diameter conduit underneath Highway 83 and connect with the existing water line that's located in the vicinity of the Totten Trail facility. We're still working through. Design is roughly 90% complete on that effort. Working through the process of Corps and reclamation permitting issues. Hoping to have a bidding timeline sometime this spring. Total estimated cost of this project, as it stands right now, is $25 million. But given the unique nature of this project, we anticipate we have a wide range of bids when we actually go to bid on this project. One thing to make note is this project needs to come online essentially coincident with the biotreatment plant so that we have water to utilize for the project. Next project. This is Lansford Reservoir and Pump Station. It seems there was some questions about this project earlier. This is a 4.5 million gallon reservoir and the associated pump house that goes with this. This project had an engineer's estimate of $11.5 million, and I'm happy to announce we opened bids on this project yesterday, and the lowest apparent combined bid comes in at $2.25 million below that $11.5 million estimate. So that's good news. That frees up monies to be used elsewhere for the project. The pump house in this case will... Excuse me, John.
Excuse
me, John. We've got a question from Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John or Tim, whoever can answer this question, I'm curious, in the bid package, that bid package showed the pumps, the reservoir, and an office complex. What's the breakout of the cost of that office complex in that bid package?
So I'll start, Chairman Schmidt and Representative Nelson, and Tim can correct me if I'm wrong. So for that project, estimated costs, the engineer's estimate was $3.6 million for the reservoir. That leaves the total remaining cost of $7.9 million was contained everything within that pump house building. And the further breakdown of that was $1.7 million in anticipated electrical costs, $2.7 in mechanical costs. And essentially those two costs were fixed. The general portion of that contract was $3.6 million. So that $7.9 million for the pump house and added with the $3.6 million for the reservoirs where the $11.5 million estimated total cost came into play. So it's not, we consider this to be a pump house. It's necessary for the facilities that are there, including the pumps. There's 3 200 horsepower pumps maintained within this facility, as well as 2 40 horsepower pumps. And then the remainder of the facility, there will be 2 small offices within there, and there will be storage as well for the offices are for the operators. We don't have an operating system or a place for the operators at right now, other than interior to anything we would share with the city of Minot. This allows them to be at a location that's essentially central to the project. There will be areas for the necessary instrumentation for the project, as well as spare parts, and then equipment needed to maintain the various facilities that make up the project.
Mr. Chairman, if I could continue. Well, one of the questions, and I guess your response would indicate that the State Water Commission will be in charge of the O&M of the pipeline upon completion. Is that correct?
Now, Mr. Chairman and Representative Nelson, I don't think that's a decision that's been made yet. The Water Commission is indeed building the project, much as they did with Southwest Pipeline. I know there's been discussion about setting up an authority similar to the Southwest Water Authority to operate the system, but to my knowledge, there has not been a decision made on that as of yet.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, because I think that discussion needs to take place, John. And another frustration that those of us in the that'll be utilizing NOS water, and I appreciate your comments about there's obviously a need for the pumping station and the reservoir, but it looked on the bid package that was more than just a little office space. There was a conference room and three garages. It looked like it would house a good size operation crew if needed. That was included in that. And I guess not being part of that conference committee, I wasn't aware that was part of the discussions last legislative session. But the one provision that was put in place with NOS initially was the NOS Advisory Committee to put these issues on the table and get some local input, which I think is important for people that will be utilizing the product to have some say in how this is put forward and developed. And to this date, I don't think there's been one virtual meeting in the last 5 years of that committee, and it's embarrassing as a public official the lack of communication from using that advisory committee, which has been established in Century Code, to be utilized. And this is a perfect example of that communication link. Had we known that, maybe these questions would not have to be asked right now. Maybe they would have been answered already.
If I may, just for the committee and State Water Commission information, is that this was brought to us and discussed. Previous code had set up an advisory council for this project. And at that time that it was set up, which was 16, 17, 18 years ago, it included such things as the city of Williston, 3 affiliated tribes, and a number of entities that no longer would be participating in NOS. So Representative Nelson and I had a meeting with the governor because of a concern that was in code but no longer is feasible to do. We went to Legislative Council, got some advice, went back and said, set up your local committee, your local advisory group. We recognize that City of Williston probably isn't interested, et cetera, et cetera. And so the guidance was given and it started. But I will second Representative Nelson's comments is I'm very disappointed in the leadership of the local advisory council. Granted, we've got a COVID, but we also have other means to meet and discuss, as we well know. And there's some responsibility upon the leadership of that group to make it happen. I don't expect the Office of State Engineer to slow down and stop planning because the local community doesn't want to meet. So I think there's some things that lie back on the local folks to get in gear and get going, because they do have some constituents in that advisory council that do want to get going, to be participating in this. So I certainly would look at the State Water Commission folks and encourage you to, especially the individual that represents those areas, is get that local advisory group back together, and if the leadership doesn't want to lead, find somebody who does. So with that, I think there needs to be some improvement. Anyway, any other comments or thoughts with regard to that aspect? No, thank you. Please continue, John. Keep in mind we got a schedule here we're trying to meet, John, but please continue.
Sure. So we can go on to the next project. Search Corner to Botno. This is again a 14-mile-long project. Planned bid opening first part of November. Total estimated cost of $6.5 million. That will be funded with 65% of the capital from the carryover funding again, and 35% will be City of Minot. We're anticipating substantial completion in the fall of 21. Next project is the Service and Botno Reservoir pump stations. Again, a 1 million gallon reservoir and pump station at Service Corner, and a 2 million gallon reservoir northwest of
Botno. These projects, final design, flows and so forth, this will help to facilitate the efficient delivery of water. Current plan is once these projects are done, these folks will move on to the design folks will move on to the next project we have before you. Change slides, please, is the South Prairie Reservoir and Hydraulic Control Structure. This design is nearing 60% completion at this time. This is a 10 million gallon reservoir and bypass, as well as a hydraulic control structure, which is on the high point between Lake Sakakawea and Minot. And this feature is necessary to help deliver water to Minot. And though water could be delivered with just the hydraulic control structure in place, the reservoir helps to make those systems operate more efficiently and more robustly without without having. Essentially, it's a mechanism by which to keep the system efficient. Total estimated cost of this project is $18 million, and that would be a project that we would look at for the next biennium. And then to quickly wrap up the next slide, there's a few projects remaining potentially into the future. One of those being, I alluded to on our first slide, is the Minot Treatment Facility Phase 3. Then there would be some inline booster stations that would help to, again, for moving up the pressure, making sure we're able to get water to all locations that we need to. And then biotreatment facility, if it's determined that we need to, there could be additional phases brought online to increase the capacity of the biotreatment plant. So with that, I've got one more slide, shows the system. It's a map of the system, if you will. Not so sure how it shows up for you guys, but the in blue is that which has been completed. In black on the line straight north of Minot, it shows the Lansford pump station reservoir and associated pipeline there. That will complete the loop to more efficiently bring water from either direction. And then going east towards Botno, there's the All Seasons to West Hope corner, and then there to Botno, which will complete the essentially the main build out of the system. With that, I thank you for the opportunity to present to you folks today. Committee have any comments? Senator Lewick.
Just a technical question, if I could, John. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The bore, the little over a mile long bore under the Souris River, is that a single point entry, and the size of the pipe that gets pulled back in that bore? Do you know that?
Oh boy, I'm going to have to phone a friend. Tim?
Yes, Chairman Schmidt, Senator Lewick, that's 16-inch usable PVC pipe, and there will be one continuous pull through there. They've got the first reaming pass through there. They just started the second one, and they could be pulling that pipe through as early as the 3rd or 4th of October.
Any other questions of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much, John. We appreciate the update.
You're welcome.
Okay, moving down to our next agenda item. Are there any comments by interested persons? Any comments by interested persons? I'm sorry? Right, it's 11:35 agenda. No. Just making sure I'm staying on track. Okay, thank you, sir. All right, hearing no comments on interested persons, I do have a couple of items that I want to make sure that we put on the table before we leave. Horace, oh, I'm sorry. You weren't kidding, were you? Yeah. I'm sorry. My apologies to the city of Horace. Please introduce yourself, sir.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, thank you for having the time for City of Horace to speak here. Mayor Corey Peterson is not able to attend. My name is David Fenelon. I am one of the city council members of Horace, and again, appreciate your time allowing us to speak. I will try and keep it brief as the schedule has changed, but we wanted to make a couple of points about what is going on in the city of Horace and some of the challenges we're having, but I'd like to give you a little bit of background on what has occurred over the last now 5 years that Mayor Peterson and a couple of us have entered into the council and hopefully driving significant change in the city of Horace with growth and things happening. Previously in the past, there have been some contentious relationships with some of the surrounding communities. A couple have related to many years ago with, and again, there has been change, so I don't want to take this as a negative, but the city of Fargo trying to annex in certain areas, some strip annexation occurred, and there was some people that wanted to move into Horace, and that was a significant change for us. As well, when the diversion and the alignment of the diversion was done, there was not a lot of input from the city of Horace, and that was a concern for a lot of our citizens. And then as recently as a couple of years ago with the additional change in the alignment and trying to work with the diversion authority related to these changes, there was some contention about getting some type of, let's say, agreement or settlement for some of the concerns of taking a lot of our city out of our ability for economic growth, which we communicated at the last legislative session. But what has changed is in my opinion, probably a 180-degree change with the city of Fargo. We were very close to joining the contested case hearing that is going on that the diversion authority is dealing with right now. But with the efforts of Mayor Mahoney and the city of Fargo and the diversion authority, we were able to reach an agreement on a settlement, and we were very appreciative of that. It was a set of funds that we can utilize to grow our city, but also I would call it seed money to deal with a number of projects we have related to water, sewer, roads, construction, those types of things. Another thing was the diversion authority has hired Joel Paulson, and he has made a significant effort to improve the relationship with the city of Horace, and we're very appreciative of that and appreciate all of the work that he has done to listen to our concerns, but also bring us to the table and be able to feel like we are being heard. We have also had a number of partners, including the Cass County, come through with a number of benefits to our city related to roads and improvements that have been brought forward that will help us significantly. Most recently was their support of a roundabout with the school district that's building out there and of $1 million add to that, plus some future roads to give us additional exits out of Horace versus Cass County 17, which is our main artery. So we're very appreciative of that. But also moving forward, we have been working with the diversion authority and the railroad to try and implement some goals that are beneficial to the diversion authority and I think to the city of Horace with related to the elevator that's in town and the railroad spur. We would like to see ways to hopefully have the elevator sold, but that the city of Horace can implement within our city, whether it be public facilities or that area, or use that history to benefit our city. The rail spur then also, I think, saves some money for development of some bridges that do not have to occur, things like that with diversion. We also have been working with the City of Fargo and the FM Diversion Authority on a significant change that we hope will benefit the City of Horace and both communities. And it's something that we're going to work through and hopefully present before the next legislative session. And we very much appreciate the work that Mayor Mahoney and the city has been doing towards that, and Joel Paulson as well. We are also, one of the big things working with the city of Fargo is a sewer connection. We have lagoons in the city of Horace and would like to basically decommission those. And I know that the city of Fargo wants to have a regional treatment plant. And we would like to, we have one pipe that is connected up that has been beneficial to allow us to bring the West Fargo School District, a high school and a middle school into the city of Horace. And we would like to see a larger connection on their 45th Street connection, but it has been slow. We feel though that we are making progress and hope to continue to improve that progress and move forward with an agreement that's beneficial to both parties involved. And as well, one of the key things I guess I would like to close with before any questions is we have made a significant investment in the city of Horace to be a peer city within the region. We want to be an active member of the community. We want to be an economic spur to this community as well. And I feel over time that all of the West Fargo, Horace, and City of Fargo will be a big economic creator of the jobs and other capabilities that we're working with, a number related to the diversion and some of the different farming capabilities, things like that are going on in the area. So, and again, we do have a significant number of challenges related to water and sewer in our city, and we're continuing to work, and we will be bringing, I know, correct, Brent, projects to the legislature next time to be able to try and get those started. So I thank you for your time and welcome to take any questions.
Senator Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sir, I know you've had good growth. What's the population of Horace today?
Senator, thank you for the question. The current population we feel before the census is approximately 3,000 people. But as I said, West Fargo School District is just opened a middle school and working on a high school, and we feel that probably within 3 to 5 years we will hit maybe that 5,000 mark very quickly. We have 800 or so available housing lots right now, and developers are adding developments very quickly to our area.
A question with regards to water supply. Are you hooked up with rural water, with Cass Rural Water, or how is your water supply system? And are you able to expand that in the future as your population grows?
Chairman Schmidt, thank you for the question. So we actually have two water supplies. A portion of our city, which is half of our residents, are connected up to Cass Rural Water, and very pleased with the water that we get. The rest of the city our older part of our city is connected up to our own aquifers and treatment, and we do not have enough ability to grow that. Our water rights are going to be capped out very quickly, and we just initiated a conversation with Cass Rural Water to get a bulk hookup for the current older part of our city to go to Cass Rural Water is our goal. They just put a 1 million gallon water tower up in Horace.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Jim.
Representative Howe.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And Dave, we heard the governor made some comments yesterday as we were, I think, at the Wild Rice Inlet structure, and he commented on the growth of West Fargo. And a lot of that is happening in your community. And just the rapid growth, it's very comparable to the challenges in western North Dakota from 2010 to 2015. You mentioned infrastructure. I saw a figure, Horace could be population of 10,000 people in 10 years. How old is your city's infrastructure? When was that placed in the ground? And it's 2020 now. I can't imagine it could handle a capacity of, it's used to handling a capacity to imagine of less than 1,000 people, and you're at 3,000 today.
So, Representative Howe, our infrastructure in our inner part of our city related to the water is significantly old. We are just talking about trying to put forth a project that will basically redo all of our infrastructure related to pipes, water pipes, and that within the oldest part of the city. That is the area that has a lot of sediment in the pipes and some of those types of things. The newer developments, which I happen to live in a newer development, even though it's almost 20 years old, we've been connected up to like I said, to Cass Rural Water, and we have newer, facilities and that type of stuff. So we do have some infrastructure challenges that we're trying to work towards, and there will be some significant money needed to do that. And one of our concerns always is, and then I'm sure a number of you heard on the news related to special assessments that we're dealing with, those types of things. We're trying our best not to continue to special assess our citizens, so we're going to have to find creative ways or work with the legislature or yourselves to find ways to be able to do that. But we are very positive with some of the bonds that we've recently sold, gotten some very good rates, and appreciate that from the area as well.
Any further comments? Seeing none, thank you very kindly, sir.
Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
My sincere apologies. I mentioned I would put them on the agenda, and then I got the previous agenda and forgot about them. So my apologies to you, sir. With that, I will ask again, is there any public participation or public comments? Any public comments? Seeing none, this is our sine die, and I'm told by Legislative Council we need to have a motion. And I'm looking for a motion that says, just a minute, we don't have any bills, so that we don't have to deal with that. For preparation of the committee report and bill drafts, looking for a motion.
So move.
Second. All those in favor? Say aye. Okay, motion carried. Preparation Committee report. Okay, now the second one is to adjourn, sine die. Looking for that motion. So move second.
Second.
Okay, any opposition to that? Okay. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Okay, moving on. All right, folks, thank you so very kindly for your patience with me and your attendance. And we know we've got a lot of challenges coming in the next session. So with that, thank you very much. Thank you to the city of Fargo and West Fargo and Horace. Appreciate it. Okay, you